Hello, Michael. How are you, man? Welcome on in. I'm just getting a link out to people real quick, so hang tight. Good, good, good. If you're good, I'm good, and that's what matters. I've got my coffee, had breakfast. I took care of my cat. So dang. All right. Let's get that out. Let's get it out here too. Everybody seems to have been very busy with need sleep but must get the word out. Okay. Did you? Oh, nice. Hold on, I don't know. You send me a message on Discord? All right, let's go live since we're hanging out. Facebook. Ah, that's okay. That makes sense as to why I didn't see it. Gotcha. So you did end up going for a full album. Nice. I know it's a Tuesday, Nathan. See, here's the deal. I had a concert that I went to last night, and I decided to swap my shift from Tuesday to Thursday, so I didn't have to get up at a boofoo hour in the morning the night after going on a concert. So I swapped my shifts. So now Thursday, there's not going to be a live stream, but we're streaming today instead. So that's what we're doing. We're going to go over some Magic the Gathering things, kind of gather up my collection and see what things are looking like, and then see if I can get some bites on them later on. Obviously, I will do the selling stuff offline, right? But I'm writing an email by saying, oh, I did not see that. Hold on, let me see. Hello, Alejandro. Welcome on in. I swore I saw a comment from you on a video, and I don't... It didn't, like, show up as a comment somehow. So let me make sure I go ahead and check this out real quick. Give me 1 sec. But there you go. You got one done. I'll have to listen to it. I'll listen to it in a sec here. Let me see. Oh, yeah, there you are. Alejandro Valero. Make a list of cards in Excel to buy singles of Magic and Flesh and Blood. Venezuelan Fun Community Magic. Want to start Flesh and Blood Commoner? I would absolutely love to do that for you, honestly, Alejandro. The problem is I don't think I have enough cards, actually. Like enough like play sets of cards to do something like that for you. I have a lot of bulk, but I don't know if it's enough to the point where you're going to be able to like form a community around it. I can see what I have and maybe just send you decks. I really am not. I'm sure the most expensive thing is probably going to be the shipping, honestly. But if you have a specific list of things you're looking to get, that's fine. But I don't sell singles anymore because I don't have a printer and I have not done anything on TCG Player for quite some time. So it is probably better that you contact. There is somebody on Facebook, I believe. I believe they're on Facebook. I think they're also on Discord. and they go by Himal Patel. You can also find them on Twitter. They are Hammurabi TCG. I'm not sure if you've heard of the Bazaar or anything of the sort, but he does pretty good rates for shipping to outside of the United States. And he also has an insane amount of cards. So he probably would be able to help you a little bit better there. If anything, if you have a Discord, I could probably get you in contact with him. But I don't think I have the magnitude of singles to do that for you, unfortunately. I would like to, but yeah, he opens up a lot. I mean, it's his job, right? Well, it's not his job. I think he has a day job on top of it, but like that's his thing. Is he opens up tons of cases, and he has so much bulk. He does an awesome deal, which he will probably do actually if you are looking to go through like previous sets as well. But he tends to sell play sets of commons and rares. Like you get the commons and the rares, the play sets of every common and rare non-foil from a set for like $40. It's like 40 or $45. I think MinMax Games does that too, although I'm sure MinMax probably doesn't sell to Venezuela, but maybe they do. And that's probably the better shot into getting that done. That's the unfortunate side of me is while I love to share everything about Commoner and Clash, I unfortunately don't have the I only ever open up like a couple boxes of stuff and then I'm done. So unless YouTube kicks off huge and I end up making, an extra, $300-400 a month or something, then you can then I'm probably not going to be opening a ton of products, but it is what it is. So, it's a great deal. It's a great deal, Michael. It's a great deal. Honestly, I thought about picking it up when I thought about picking it up back when he was doing it for MST, when MST came out, and I was just like, ooh, maybe. But then I remember that I get most of my bulk for free, and then I was planning on opening up a couple boxes anyway, so I knew I was going to get nearly everything for MST that I personally needed, but outside of that, I probably would have needed to look elsewhere. So if you have a contact, excellent. If not, thanks for answering me live. That's great. Oh yeah, not a problem. Yeah. So if you end up finding them, right, like I said, here, I'll put their thing in the chat. Hammurabi TCG. You can find them on Facebook. And then also you have Himal Patel. That's on Twitter. You can find him through there. Shoot him a message. He's seriously a super great guy, and he'll be able to get a lot of stuff for you if you're looking to build a community. Luckily, everything there is incredibly inexpensive. So, if you can spend, it's $40 which I'm not sure what transfers over to Venezuelan currency, but it's pretty cheap considering to the States. So I only imagine it's cheap for the rest of the thing. So talk with him for Fab Counter singles. Perfect. Look at that. Awesome. So good. Sounds good. Well, thank you. I'm happy I could answer your question. I'm sorry I couldn't provide other things there. And also, thank you for saying that you love my videos. I do appreciate it. I'm happy that the community of Venezuela somehow found their way to my channel and is enjoying my content. It no problem. Yeah, not a problem. Thanks, man. I appreciate you. Thanks for continuing to come check out the channel, and I hope to continue bringing more content to you guys. So thinking about picking it up, but I also starting to do a Clash night, so we get bulk for free. Yeah, and that's it, right? You get bulk for free. How is that working out, by the way? How is the Clash night stuff going for Bold Brew? It is being held at Bold Brew, I'm assuming, right? Oh, I'm drinking today's coffee of choice is is from the Nespresso machine we have. here. It is the Stormio blend. Don't tell me what the notes are of any of it. I don't know, but it's a very, very rich cup of coffee, and I'm happy that I remembered how much creamer to put into these things, because this Stormio specifically, is incredibly strong. So it's more like, I guess that's it, right? The odd thing about coffee is that light roasts have more caffeine in them, but dark roasts like taste like they would have more caffeine in them, but they don't. There's like, it's closer to a more burnt flavor than light roast. And so it's like light roasts, I love light roasts because you get the caffeine out of it, and most of the time I'm drinking it with creamer. Like I have like a flavored creamer of some kind, and so I'm not there for like the pure instinctual coffee, but taste. But because if I want like like a coffee, it's normally an espresso, and in most cases it's something like an espresso that's served in a cup this big and will keep you awake for the next 24 days. So that's about the level. It's either really sweet or enough to knock your socks off, right? Trinity Games, Bull Brews. Oh, Bull Brews in a place. Okay. I thought that was the name of the LGS that your buddy worked at, but I couldn't remember. Coffee is love and life. One cup of coffee is a little piece of happiness. Absolutely. I agree. I prefer it black, so it needs to taste good and not taste burnt. Yeah. And yeah, that's the other thing, right? Is if I am going to drink coffee black, a light roast is at least going to have a flavor note to it that I'm not going to be like, oh, that's burnt. Like, that's burnt coffee. But it's just always so funny because like you grow up your whole life not drinking coffee, imagining that dark roast is the highest amount of caffeine you get out of it. Turns out the darker you roast it, the less caffeine it has. But these Stormios are all like espresso based, so a lot of caffeine. Good stuff. Hit you with the good stuff. Anywho, first and foremost, I want to apologize. I have not made content for the channel in like a week, and I apologize. I've been very busy working like 9 days in a row, it seems. And I finally have 2 days off, today, tomorrow, and then I work Thursday, and then I'm off Friday, Saturday. So, because fun fact, my facility that I work at is actually closing down for maintenance during my shift tomorrow, so I get paid to stay home and do nothing. So we're going to do this instead. But that's right, Yama, we're selling. Was getting rid of them. So I used to prefer medium, but as I gotten older, I prefer light, typically make an Americano now. I still have yet to try an Americano. I know it's just espresso and water, but like something about it seems so distinguished. I don't know. It's probably the best way to say it. Coffee roast before the beans come in green. Each roast is a different roasting temperature. Oh, interesting. I certainly would. It's funny because like I would love to learn the process of like roasting, but I don't want to ever be a barista ever in my life. I don't think. I think like I'm going to say this out loud because I have to, but people who work food service, props to you for being able to handle that or do that for however long, right? But I can't, I couldn't even fathom working in food service. I think I would probably, off myself in a video game, if you know what I mean. Like, that's that's a lot. So yeah, watered down coffee, Yama. So yeah, an Americano, it's just water and espresso. But like not a lot of water. It's like mostly espresso with like a little bit of water. Not like a little bit. Like maybe it is a lot. I don't actually know how much is in there, but when COVID happened, my store got rid of the coffee roast. Americano tastes better than a regular coffee to me, higher quality. I mean, yeah, I think that's really it though, right? Like I feel like espresso is a more I don't, the word that is coming to my mind is purified, and that's not correct. It's just a more concentrated version of coffee. Concentrated is probably the word instead of purified. So that is so it's got a lot more depth of flavor. It's like how do I explain this? It's like when you drink Jack Daniels. Jack Daniels is like coffee. But then when you want to get into like I don't know, I can't think of like a high-end whiskey off the top of my head. Like a bourbon, right? Or like a scotch, a Johnny Walker like Blue Label or something, right? Johnny Walker Blue Label is like an espresso compared to that. It's just like a more condensed, like, maybe that wasn't a great analogy. I don't know. Anyway, you get what I'm saying. It's not so much that it is adult, right? Because they're both adult things. You know, caffeine is a drug, and everybody's taking drugs. So, about 3/4 water. Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, it's because most of the time, that's the other thing too. If you ever watch a Keurig, it'll like, you'll get the coffee to go down to the thing. If you've ever used a Keurig before, you get the pot in there, you put it in, and it puts out the coffee. But in the hot oven, in the hot, go out the coffee hot or iced, if you like that. But it's mostly water that you see when it comes out of the faucet, because it just like heats up and like gets the beans, like gets like the grounds a little like hotter, and so like there's just like maybe this much amount of like coffee that's coming out of a Keurig, but like this much amount of it is like water, depending on how much you're setting it at. Because like I usually like a 12-ounce cup of coffee, and so like you can't fit 12 ounces in a tiny little pod like that. So instead, it's just mostly water. Whereas like with an espresso, it's like actually like all good shit. So, but maybe that's just their technology. I've never tried them. Maybe it's worth it. Yeah, I mean it's entirely up to you. I mean, I think it's the reason I drink coffee right now simply just due to the fact that I would like to have a nice relaxing cup of caffeine in the morning to start my day, just like a ritual kind of deal. But further on down the line when I start making money, I I want to actually start, looking deeper into maybe like learning how to French press coffee, or learning how to slow drip coffee, or do something of the sort. Because like, I like whiskey, and whiskey, I like whiskey in that same, whiskey and bourbon in that same realm, right? Because it's all about tasting the flavors and like really drinking it as is. And like currently I don't drink coffee black, and I don't know if I ever will, but maybe. So you're selling off your entire Magic collection? I am selling off a good portion of my Magic collection today. Yes, I am. I'm going to be looking through a lot of my rares, and my mythics that I have in boxes. I'm going to get them all on a list, and then I am going to try to post them probably on like a Facebook Marketplace post or something, or I'll go, do something with that. Maybe I'll bring it to my LGS and I'll see, unless somebody else is also interested in them. Because I just don't know if I want to play Magic much right now. I've been playing Commander on Fridays pretty frequently, and Commander is just so boring to me. I don't think I'm falling in love with it, and more importantly, I think it's just like the direction that I see the game going. I don't want to kind of be a part of it right now. Not that I'm sure it's, it's corporate BS and all that jazz, but I do really think that the Magic that I initially fell in love with has fallen way off the tracks and doesn't look like they're coming back anytime soon, strictly because they are focused on what is making them money, which is selling different IPs and doing all this other stuff. So I'm like, well, at most I keep a commander deck, and then I sell off the rest of it, right? You like better sorcery? I do not have any sorcery. I don't have any sorcery. I'm not big on the sorcery cards, honestly. I don't think the art vibes with me very well, so I never got into it. But Flesh and Blood it's Flesh and Blood, and then probably like I think I talked about this previously, but Grand Archive is another game I'm looking to get into. But it's mainly Flesh and Blood. Flesh and Blood is up there. It is very, very it's very much so the core of my content. It has been the core of my content very much since I started. So Sorcery hit top 8 in the first season. Oh, dang. Did you really? That's awesome. Hell yeah, man. Currently started to play EDH with some friends. And I realized you guys aren't on the screen. We also have to change a thing. 1790. Whoa. Yeah, currently starting to play EDH with some friends and starting the conference. There you go. Sick. Yeah, EDH, if people like EDH, people like EDH. I'm not going to be the one to be like, oh, yeah, like, you're silly for thinking that you like Commander. But Commander's just gotten incredibly, like, sweaty to me. I don't know. It hasn't been quite the same for a while. And I just don't know if I'm in love with it. Also, check this out, guys. Actually, look at that number. Boom! 1803. We passed 1,800 subscribers, guys. So sick. Good on us. Proud of all of you for doing exactly that. I have $500 card from the packs I open. Oh, is that the Philosopher's Stone? Probably, right? So thanks to you guys. Sorry, we didn't even start with the celebrations. We should have started with the celebrations. 1,800. 200 more subscribers till 2,000. And then we got to do a giveaway or some shit. So we got to figure that out. We got to figure that shit out. Eric's Curiosa. Oh, see, I think the Philosopher's Stone is probably like really expensive though, right? I would love to buy Magic cards from you. Oh yeah. Oh, I mean, I'm gonna just get a list going, and then I'll, maybe I'll post it to like mutuals here on here first, because like the thing is that I kind of want to sell them all as one big thing instead of selling them as individual cards, because I have a lot, but I know a lot of them are bulk. It's like bulk rares and bulk mythics, which is just like ridiculous to me. So I have some of those there, but I kind of want to put them at about, because I want to put my floor at every rare is about, if it's bulk, it's at, $1, right? Just because like $1 rare, like an LGS would sell you $1 rare. So if it's a bulk mythic or a bulk rare, it can go for $1. But outside of that, I'm gonna, shave that off and figure that whole thing out. But I need to know what I have first. Out of my stuff that I'm trying to keep, though, I'm still not sure, because I have two things that I would love to keep theoretically, but not entirely sure if I should. I have the Here Be Dragon Secret Lair, which is the limited edition Secret Lair with the Dragon Scale deck box and the Dragon Scale deck box and the D&D dragons. I might sell the cards, but I might keep the deck box, which means we have to open the product. So I have that, and then the other thing I kind of want to keep is my foil Phyrexian Praetor Secret Lair. I have the foil, what is it? I think it's just called the Praetors, or like Phyrexian Praetors. the secret layer where I think it was the first secret layer introduced where they introduced the serialized card of Viscera Seer that's backwards, but you have to get really lucky to do that. So I'm thinking about like opening them maybe and doing something with that, because they don't, I mean, the sealed version of them aren't like that crazy, right? I don't think the sealed version of these are so insane. The dragons. Yeah. Praetor. Am I spelling Praetor wrong? I do not have the scroll secret layer. Layer drop Phyrexian Praetor's complete edition. Traditional foil. Yeah. So it's not even going for that much sealed. Like $50. So I might just open them. I don't know. Who's to say? Who's to say? You ordered and got scammed? Oh, where'd you order it from? Did you order from TCG Player? Yeah, I should open it. Oh, eBay. Ooh, rough. Well, luckily eBay's got a pretty good like scam fraudulent BS thing on it. So you think I should open it? I don't know. Cause like, I guess that's the thing, right? If I open it, if I open it, I hear my stream on my TV. He's getting caught. This band's getting caught. Yep. My roommate is now watching my stream on TV. Good for him. I love you. Thank you for your support. Make sure to eat breakfast. Let's see. You know, the scroll layer is closer to 75. I mean, 75, it's, you know, 75, I think, for that isn't that bad, right? I don't think it's that terrible. But let's see. If we're, let's just take a look, right? Because we have to look. I don't remember the names of these Praetors. Elish, Norn, Grand Cenobite. Yes, yeah, Cenobite. But in the from the secret layer drop, this one right here. So this one is $15 foil. $15 foil for the Elishorn Grand Cenobite. Now, the reason that these are probably awfully low is because, one, secret layer foils are like known to curl. So I'm only assuming I'm going to open this up and they're going to be curled to hell. Who else? Jin get Texas. Progress Tyrant? No. Core Augur. This one, Secret Lair Drop Series. Damn, is that foil? $5. Man, why did I even buy this? I have to open it. If I have a Viscera Seer in there. So, okay, $20. We're at $20 so far. Shieldred, Whispering one. Let's spell Whispering right. Shieldred Whispering one from the Magic Drop Secret Lair in Phyrexian is $13. Okay. All right. Let's just hold. Urabrask. God, I haven't looked at like Magic cards in so long. I'm so happy I still know these cards. Urabrask. The Hidden? Is that the one? Yeah. God damn, is this really 88 cents? Is this card bad? Near mint lightly played foil. Foil? Near mint? $2? Bruh, what? $2? Nobody's playing red or blue? I wonder if these cards are just bad. And then the last one is Vor and Klex. Voice of Hunger. This guy. Well, this is not the same Vor and Klex. This is from a Secret Lair drop series, but this is not the one. I don't know if this is the one I'm looking for. Yeah, no, this is a new one. All versions. Oh, no. I don't think this is the same one. Is it? I'm just going to look up Vor and Klex. Because it wasn't Monstrous Raider. That came out from Kaldheim. This one. Found it. It is Voice of Hunger, Pyrex. Okay. $4 near mint. So if we make it foil, got $5. Okay, so let's math that real quick then. We have a $55 Secret Lair before taxes. That includes a $15 card. Another, let's just assume $14, right? So you're at $29. Plus $5, you're at 31. Nope, 34. That's the math. 34 plus $2, 36. And then Vor and Klex at, so that makes it like up to 40. So $55 sealed or $40 as the singles. I think I have to keep it sealed, unfortunately. That's just the move. That's just the move. Although this guy's got a lot of them. And, you know, that's the other thing too, right? Theoretically, if I ever wanted to get like collectible cards for Magic, getting this isn't terrible. $55. There are crazy cool cards in Flesh and Blood for less for more than this. So correct. Yeah, absolutely. It's not a bad margin there, right? Well, no, see that's the thing. I don't think Phyrexian All Be One killed this lair. Because this lair has them all come in Phyrexian language, where I don't believe that they've come in Phyrexian anywhere outside of, like, Elish Norn came out as like a judge promo for Phyrexian. But because if you look up Jin Taxius Korogger, yeah. So he's not been printed in Phyrexian anywhere else. He was reprinted, but he was not reprinted in Phyrexian. And so I figured, like, hey, it's an alternate kind of deal. Some people like playing with cards that they can't actually read. So it is what it is. What's up, Riddler? How are you, man? How is life, my bro? Yeah, I think, I don't know. So I might sell that just because, like, $55, that's easy peasy. That's another legendary. Speaking of, before we even get into this, let's just check and see what the Mistveil stuff is like. Sit and wait on it, bud, but the variants and cards you can actually read were printed a lot. Oh, absolutely, right? I mean, the English stuff is, that's what I mean. If it's going to be an alternate one-shot print, then that's cool. But I also know that Secret Lair stuff can be reprinted, and they can just reprint Phyrexian Praetors and other things too. So not like it really matters. But, you know, if I'm trying to just like get rid of it, I'd rather get rid of it now before they do the Secret Lair like again later on, and then people go like, whoa. But another part of me is like, but what if I open it? Because if I get a Viscera Seer serialized in the back of the thing, you know, I lose $15, but if I get a Viscera Seer, I gain like $4,000 or something. What do these even go for? I don't even think there's one listed in here. Viscera Seer. I don't think there's one. When's the last one that sold? Yeah. Yeah, $2,000 is the one that sold here. A heavily played foil. Sold for $2,000. Now, that could be an inside job thing. I don't know. But this is one of the cards that could be in that secret lair. Only this one. Only this one. There is a chance for this serialized card. Or during like this series of stuff, if I recall correctly. This is the only one that allows you to get this card in it, which is just Viscera Seer that's back. I know you can't see it because my webcam's in the way. Hold on. Holy shit. So like it's literally Viscera Seer, but it's backwards. And everything on it is backwards, but it's serialized out of 100. And so if I open up that, now theoretically, I could go find somebody who's got like a whole bunch of these and then tell them to weigh their boxes and tell me what they weigh. what they weigh normally. And if they weigh a certain amount normally, I could just, you know, weigh it and see. But I don't know. Now, my Here Be Dragon secret lair isn't a bad one to sell either. I wonder if that's actually gone up because, yeah, 225. Like, I'd like to theoretically sell this, but it's a really, really cool secret lair. It's a secret lair that only like 10,000 of them were ever made. You get a whole thing of sleeves. You get a deck box with a black dragon scale exterior and a secret surprise that must be discovered by the owner. Metal Dragon life counter, 7 of the limited edition traditional foil cards featuring classic D&D dragon themed art, gradually revealed in a fold-out papercraft display. And there's only like 10,000 of these or something like that. Maybe not 10,000. I think it's like 10. Is it 10,000? How many were made? I can't remember. Anyway, they're selling. They're up here. There's 19 listings total. So this is pretty cool. And like the dragons that come from here are actually really powerful too. Not to mention that like the stuff is good. Because what? You get Tiamat, which is, if you get this one, oh, because of course it's going to be Tiamat Showcase. So it's $50 for this Tiamat. You're going to get Inferno of the Star Mount Showcase. You're going to get this $10. Wow, that went down. What is the name of that other dragon? Ebon Death Showcase. Quick, somebody name off all the dragons from the D&D set. Old Gnawbone Showcase. What's the name of the blue one? What's the name of that blue dragon? That's the only one I think I have left. No, the white one too. Icy Death? Icing Death. Icing Death Frost Tyrant is the white one. And then this other one had like a dumb name. Let's just go to Adventures of the Forgotten Realm. You just not have a set? Can I just have a set, please? I don't want theme boosters. I just want the set. Realms booster. Let's just go booster box. What, do they not have booster boxes? There we go. Jesus Christ. Okay. What's the name of this dragon? Where are you? Where are you, dragon? It's like Voloth or some BS. I'm gonna like miss it. Tasha. Damn, these dragons went down in price significantly. What is up with that? Imrith. Fucking hell, dude. Okay. Imrith. Iymrith? I don't know how to spell it. I literally just looked at it. IYM Rith. IYM Rith. Imrith Desert Doom Showcase. Not from the current sets of bulk. Well, these are the showcases. So that's where the difference is here. These cards have only been printed in this way in 10,000 versions. There's only 10,000 of these cards that exist, which, to be fair, is a lot, but I don't actually know how many are out there. Because you got Tiamat, Inferno, Ebon Death, Icing Death, Imrith, and Old Gnawbone. Old Gnawbone's going for $78. Let's just calculate this real quick, right? So $224 for the sealed set gets you a whole bunch of shit on top of a bunch of other things as well. So let's do some math. You have about $80 for Old Gnawbone. Imrith is about, let's just say that's $10, $90. Icing Death, you're looking at about $7. For Ebon Death, you're looking at about $15. For Inferno of the Star Mounts, you're looking at about $12. And then for Tiamat, you're looking at about 50, it's like 52 after taxes or something, right? So $52. And then you also get the Dragon's Horde showcase. This is the secret that's in there if you didn't know already. And the secret layer, this Dragon's Horde is another, I don't know, $39. So overall, $224 for this before taxes. But you're looking at about $215 in singles in this set alone. So $215 plus you get a deck box, 100 count of sleeves, a life counter, and that's it. So I don't know. I also don't think that they're selling that frequently, right? No. It's like, was it like maybe like 10 a month? If that. In April, there were only 1, 2, 3, 4 of them bought. So maybe some collector out there is looking for them, but I almost might be easier for me to sell the singles. But if somebody does want it, you know, I could sell that. Yeah. Yeah, and I think it's just like that's the thing. With Magic, I think a lot of times it's just like incredibly volatile because a lot of people, what they'll do is they'll hold on to a product and they'll wait and they'll wait. And then when they get tired of waiting or they can't wait anymore, they sell it. And so I know a lot of people for this product, you were able to buy like 10 at most, I think. I think at most you were able to buy 10 of them at a time. So there's some people who are sitting on multiple of these. But like this person's got 5 of them. And so yeah. But I mean, original like a year ago, right? I mean, we were looking at it not much has changed from the secret layer. It went down to like $188, which is when I should have bought another one. And then it went back up to so like it's coming back up to kind of where it was. Because this is only a 2022 did this come out? I feel like that's right. I feel like 2022 is right. So, like, it's gone somewhere. But and you also get this really cool box and like the whole thing. It's a very cool thing. I don't know. Those are like the two sealed products that I have for Magic that I'm looking to like keep probably. Outside of that, I don't really know what else I have. So I need to look at. We need to just stop dilly dallying. I need to look at my cards and I need to see what I have. So let me go grab some stuff real quick. See about this. Cards in you. How's this? Excuse me, I have to look through my closet real quick. Okay. Dillio's Dallies, I'll tell you what. So I have more than just what's in here. But real quick, I want to ask before we continue, do you want this as a face down camera towards here? Or do you want me to just kind of show you guys cards as they come out? Because it's probably going to be easier if you look at them down here. But if you guys would rather see my face, we can do that instead. But I just need to make a list of things. Face down cam? Okay. Sounds good. So let me turn this off then. And I'll turn chat off too. My face in the car. I can't do all that. I don't have two cameras. Let's move this. Here. This can go down here. Yeah, I'm on desktop. I'm on desktop. All right, let's see what this shows that isn't crazy amount. Give me one sec. Okay, this is right. This is fine. Actually looks okay. So let me move. I mean, I guess we can keep chat here. I don't really care, right? Doesn't matter to me. Keep you up over there. So, like I said, for my binder, I don't really have an insane amount of things. There. What the hell is this? What the hell are you? Just a piece of paper? Weird. So I only got a few like interesting things, right? I've got things like this Aether Vial that's foil from Double Masters. It's Double Masters. Got a bunch of these like a bunch of these Strixhaven Mystical Archive stuff. I have a Bloom Tender, which was reprinted, I think, too. Captivating Vampire. This is Channel. Circle of Dreams Druid. You are gonna miss out on this. Oh, all right. Hold on. We gotta turn chat off. You guys are here still, but just in spirit. So we got more things here. They're all in alphabetical order. So I've got things like a Dark Ritual, Deserted Beach, Esk's Chariot, which is banned in some things. Force, God of Oketra, God Eternal Oketra. So I need to get. Oh yeah, me too. I think that's one of the collections I'm planning on keeping. That's the other thing. I have other binders. I'll show you guys because for you guys who are from Fab, you don't know that I have this collection. But if you've seen my older content, you have seen the collection. But I need to get my phone because I need to make a list. Check it twice. So go to TCG player. Then we go to the collectors or collection things, create a new list. Selling MTG. Okay. Yeah, so like we have stuff like this. We've got some other, these are all just gonna be rares, like with an Edith the Triome, Seagate Restoration, and Omnath, Aloro. This guy actually might be the guy that I turn into my commander deck because this is kind of like a fun thing. It seems like it's going to be kind of my speed if I do play Magic, like if I have to play it as an Aloro deck. Beginning of your upkeep, you gain 2 life. Whenever you gain life, you may pay 1 if you do draw a card and each opponent loses 1 life. And then at the beginning of your upkeep, if Aloro Aegis Static is in the command zone, you gain 2 life. So that's pretty cool. Let's see. So yeah, some lands. I do have a Tear Grid, so that could also be a deck choice. But that's pretty much it for this, I think. I don't have much. Do I have anything in the back here? No. Nothing back here? No. Nothing else. So probably take these cards out and just look at them. Because I want to make sure that I'm able to get as much out of these. Yeah, you were telling me about the Harmonized and the Faithless Looting. It's so crazy because like there was such drama with that with that Faithless Looting art. So many people were just like, "Oh my god, this is ridiculous! You call that art? Like, what the hell is that? Like, that's supposed to be a chase card in this set? Like, what are you talking about?" And like now everybody's like, "This was, this was such a wonderful masterpiece," and blah blah blah. Like, you can't beat this kind of art. And I'm like, what is happening? So many people are just like, they're up in arms about it until they're not. And then it's like, what is that? Yeah, so the downside for all this is I'm going to 3 Fate Unravelers. I'm going to have to figure out what I want to keep and what I don't. And theoretically, I don't want to keep anything, right? If I end up playing Magic, I want to keep 1 deck. And then I will just let all of my friends who make several decks just let me borrow one of theirs if they do that. But like this, oh my god, dude, this freaking lightning bolt. Like, I almost want to keep it because it's so freaking cool. It's one of your favorite cards of all time. Oh, I see. Yeah, this is pretty. This is a pretty card. I love these ones. So, well, I have one in foil. Which, you know what? I'll even go and show you guys after I'm done getting all these guys out of here. I might keep you because I want you to be a deck, possibly. But see, that's the thing. Is like, it's hard to sell when you know there are things you're like, yeah, like I could probably keep it, but you just have to let it go because now I can all this. If I make like a decent amount, even if I make like a couple $100 off of all my singles, I'm still able to quite literally get a crazy amount back for that, right? So, because then I can just start buying singles for Fab, and I can start buying collector's items for Fab that I want to keep and do all that. Like those are things I want, All right. Exactly. I think that's the other thing too, is like the quicker, it's almost like the quicker I sell out, the better I feel about it. Because if I sell out and then I'm like, oh, I want to get back into the game, I can be like, oh wow, Shieldred the Apocalypse isn't an $80 card anymore. That's insane. How much is it? $20 because it's been reprinted 3 times? What? That's crazy. Mm. But I want to show you guys some of these collections real quick because it is a pretty significant deal for me. All of these are fab. Yeah, hold on. Calm down. Calm yourself. Calm yourself down. Little down. Okay. Oh, too many cards. Too many cards. Too many cards. These are like a good portion of them. I think I have another one over there that I need to look at. But I have collections of shit. And it is a lot. So let's start with the one that I wanted to keep. Right? If I wanted to keep a collection, this is probably one of the ones that I'd end up keeping. And it's strictly because I like the set. And it's like a near complete. I say near, and I mean not nearly at all, but a nearly complete collection of the Dark. This is something I'd want to keep. There's some cards in here that I don't have full playsets of yet, and I'd like to work on just getting these, just because like the card art is so different, and I just love how it looks. The set's beautiful. Tons of really cool cards. Like, I mean, like Bog Imps, like, look at that thing. And like they just look good. Like this was just like a good era of Magic. Was all these like very weird cards. Like the Fallen. Crazy. When you get to my favorite part of the Dark, which is the introduction of all these little goblins. Need that rat? Which rat? Oh, bog rats? This guy? Yeah, can't be blocked by walls. Their stench was vile and strong enough, but not nearly as powerful as their hunger. It's just a 1/1 for 1. The other thing with this is that none of these cards came in foil. So there was no foiling in here. This was just what you got. Yeah, Ragnan, Uncle Istvan. You've got, where's some of the more like, I guess some of the more like, what do you call it? What's the word I'm looking for? Reserve list cards are here, like Goblin Wizard. I've got Goblin Wizard. I've only got one copy, but take a goblin from your hand, put it directly into play, treat this goblin as if it were just summoned. And then you can pay one, or you can pay a red to have target goblin gain protection from white until the end of turn. So, very cool. And then, of course, one of my favorites is Goblin Hero, strictly because I think it is the first card to have the word orgy on it. They attacked in an orgy of rage and madness, but only seemed as focused on killing us as on the sheer joy of battle. This is just a simplistic 2-red 2/2 goblin. Nothing different about it. It's crazy. We've got all these other goblins up here. We've got Mana Clash. We've got Sisters of the Flame. Like, this is just such an interesting thing, too, because it just looks like somebody took a picture of somebody who had firelight in front of them. And, like, the creatures are so basic. You know what I mean? Like, there's no
flashy BS about them. It's all just like, this is a card that you play and it does a thing. Like, very simple. Add red to your mana pool. This ability is played as an interrupt. Interrupt was before it was called instant, it was called interrupts. The greens, all the greens are very cool. These marsh vipers, these saving elves. I've got what's his face up here. There's another reserve list card. Nail Sylvain. Niall Sylvain. You pay 4 green and tap this. Target creature is generated. Like, he's awful. He's so bad. He's such a bad creature now. But like back then, you had to do something pretty okay to get rid of him. So you've got that. This actually is another reserve list card, but I have multiple copies of these guys. This is Wormwood Treefolk. It's a 3 and a green, 2 green. Pay 2. This gains Forest Walk until the end of turn and does 2 damage to you. I want it even if bad, yeah. And that's the thing. I'm not certain that I'm going to be selling this collection because I want this collection forever. So what you do is that you power it down to 1 of every card, then you can finish that off. Yeah, and that's probably what I'm going to be doing to start. But like, I'm already pretty, like, a lot of these cards were really inexpensive. And I think even the dark right now is pretty inexpensive. Comparatively, which is really, really weird. Another thing I have, right, we've got all the artifacts and everything over here. We've got the Wand of Iths, the War Barge. And then back here we have the card. City of Shadows. I think at the very moment, Blood Moon is the most expensive card in the dark, but this is up there. This is like one of the rarest cards because it's a land from there. And it doesn't even do anything super great. Tap this, sacrifice one of your creatures, but remove it from the game instead of placing it in your graveyard. Put a counter on City of Shadows. And then you can tap it to add X colorless mana to your mana pool, where X is the number of counters on City of Shadows. So you have to exile your own cards to give this counters, but then you can just get as many colorless mana as you want with 1 card. So I guess it's not that bad for a land. But yeah, like even if we looked at it, I think I have a list actually right here. Let me look this up. The dark. The dark, the dark, the dark, the dark. Yeah. So if you look at the dark, you've got it set up highest to lowest. The highest cost card in here is Blood Moon at $72. Yeah, and you can proliferate it. So the entire set should go about $677, which is really kind of in the range. Like, that's totally great. But this has gone down significantly since, because like it used to be like $1,000, I think, and now it's like 677. So part of me is just like, well, do I even bother, right? Because Preacher, $34. Goblin Wizard is $55. City of Shadows is $63. And then I got to look at Blood Moons now. Blood Moons are now $72. But like, it's everybody loves Blood Moon. Everybody loves Blood Moon. So, and they like the original printings of Blood Moon too. But like Preacher, Ball Lightning is, this is weird. It should be, hold on. Sort by high to low. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so yeah, Ball Lightning is now up there somehow. Maze of Ith is $25. Do I have Maze of Ith? No, I just have Wand of Ith. I don't have Maze of Ith. Barrel's Cage. Book of Ross. No. Nope. But a lot of these cards, I mean, like, they're going for a decent amount more, and these are all just reserve list cards. These are cards that are not going to be printed again. So that's the whole reason why I want to keep this set, is strictly because of that. But like, look how cheap some of these cards are. If you want to go like down to the bottom, like 21 cents for some of these cards from the dark. Pretty cool. So that's just kind of where I started. I ended up getting a lot of the stuff. Like this Mana Clash, like $5 now. Or was it? I just had it over here. 4 Mana Clashes, $5 is $20 right here. What's another card? Inferno. I have 1 Inferno. $5. The Wormwood Tree folks are about $5. I have 8 of them. So this is what, $40 right here. Probably $44. You know, Ragman's a little bit, Scarwood Bandits, Eternal Flame, Safe Haven. Like a lot of the rares they're going. So that's kind of my whole thing. So this is one of my collections I'm probably going to keep. Just due to the fact like I'd like to have it, but I could sell it but it's like almost reserved list stuff. And I think when a collector looks at something like this, they're gonna be like, whoa, what the hell? Like, that's so cool to see. This one here, I think, is my. What's this one? Yeah. So this is actually my Strixhaven Mystical Archives binder. So this stuff is all the Majestics and everything, but we've got. I forget what this card does. I forgot what you were, but you're pretty. But yeah, so I essentially got. I've got the Japanese version of Faithless Looting and then the English version, and that's how I do it. I put the Japanese version next to the English version, and I just put them as they go to the sides. So this I would also like to complete because I do like this style, right? Even though these cards are definitely reprinted like frequently, having them in this style is good. There's that Harmonize, very very good card. You know, counter spells, all these other ones, and you kind of get into the commons and uncommons, and it looks a lot more full. These pages do, but like you take a look at some of these cards. Funny enough, also, if you guys didn't know, some of these artists for the Japanese Mystical Archive cards are actually the same artists that worked on the Transcend cards for Part the Misfail. So if you didn't know that, now you know. Pretty fun little thing. Like this freaking, what is this? Dark? No, this is Village Rites. I believe this is Village Rites. Awesome. That's so cool. So Village Rites, you got all these here, and so like I just ended up keeping these because I was like, why the hell not? They look super good. And then in the back here, I just have like leftover shit. These are more reserve list cards. So like these don't really count for much of anything, but they might be worth something somewhere. I'd be curious if these art cards have actually gone anywhere recently in prices. But Carnival of Souls is a reserve list card. Catacomb Dragon is a reserve list card. Barrage of Urborg. You've got Kukumesa Pirates. Another Catacomb Dragon. You've got Chaos Spheres, and then some Bazaar of Wonders. So some more reserve list cards. Probably, like, if I'm going to keep anything, I'd like to keep the reserve list cards. Because I feel like that's just, like, where that can stay. You know, I don't have to worry. I sure, like, they're not, like, the most expensive ones. But, like, Catacomb Dragon, I'm pretty sure is, God, what? Like, not expensive. Let me see. Do I have a reserve list card thing here? No. No, I don't. So let's look up Catacomb Dragon, because Catacomb Dragon is probably... Catacomb Dragon in Magic the Gathering. This is one I wanted to, like, hella spec on. Yeah, they're like nothing now. Heavily played Catacomb Dragon, damaged. Let's just look up Near Mint, because that's what I bought. A Near Mint one. Near Mint. Yeah, Near Mint, $3.20. $1.99, $1.99. It's like $2. These were, I think, like $8 when I bought these. And now there's how many listings? There's 32 Near Mint listings, but how many are there total? 297 listings for this card. So if I end up specking on this card super hard and buy 200 copies of it, sure, right? Like at that point, I'm doing the thing. But you know, but I'd say anything like Urza's Legacy and previous, I'd like to collect, but anything after that, it might not be the case. Outside of like very special things to me, like Japanese arts and so on and so forth. So that's another collection. My last collection here is probably the one I will sell because I don't like, you know, I'm tied to it a little bit, but not by like a lot. So we got a dex binder. These are my like showcase sets. So in here, we have all the Godzilla cards. All these Godzilla cards, every single one of them in foil. So like this is, you know, Ghidorah, right? The guy. This was my very first get back into Magic the Gathering card was this Ghidorah. And I was like, oh shoot, this is so cool. There are more Godzilla cards, and so I have more. I was just like, I have to get the more. And I ended up getting all of them. I even got the Japanese ones. So like the Japanese, you know, Dark Mothra. Yeah, very cool stuff. So I like these a lot. And then I opened up some Throne of Eldraine packs, and I got something like this. And I was like, what the hell is this? This looks like a storybook. This is so cool. And I found out about the Throne of Eldraine showcase card, so I went, cool, Throne of Eldraine, that's awesome. And I went ahead and I got all that. Brazen Borrower, got this guy, the foil Brazen Borrower in this one here. This is a, like, I don't know, this is like $60 still or something like that, because people are still using it. Modern? But like all these, you know, cards here, and then I have the cards from Theros Beyond Death, which is like the Heliod. So I have Heliod Sun Crowned here. So this is super cool. Yeah. Then you have the Ikoria stuff being very cool. I have all of these. Like I've got the Netheroi. The only thing I'm missing from Ikoria are the lands, the triomes. But like this Netheroi is super pretty. This is probably like one of the showcases that I've like enjoyed the most looking at, because like everything just looks like a freaking, it looks like a freaking comic book. Like, look at that. That looks so cool. So, yeah. Ikoria stuff, very neat. Then we move into the Zendikar Rising, right? Because that's the next step here, right? Zendikar Rising. And all the Zendikar Rising stuff is super cool too. Very pretty. I've got like the Scoot Swarm over here. I've got all these other guys. And then we look into the Kaldheim stuff. Kaldheim stuff was very like gods and things like that. Like I've got Egon, God of Death, and Jorn, and Varigoth, Blood Sky Sire, Demon Rogue guy. Okay, I love how the it's very like metal, right? And then we get into the D&D stuff. This is the Dungeons and Dragons stuff. This is the showcase for that. I wasn't like a big fan of this, but they were really easy to pick up, so I ended up getting a lot of them. And so this is just pretty simple. The like background color is the color that they are. So like if they're multicolored, they're gold, and that's just like a monster manual kind of thing. Where's like the one that I like? I think I just like the mimic. Where's the mimic? Mimic. Oh, of course, it's the last card. Yeah. Like the mimic. It's just the fun, like it's fun. It's fun little stuff, right? And then these are like the D&D lands. Then you have the Modern Horizons 2 showcase stuff. I don't think I have anything like super cool in regards to this. I like Geodrone Dahada is probably like my cooler one, but and Dekon and Garth, but outside of this, there isn't like that crazy stuff. Like Sithis. We've got these other things. Like I like this showcase, but it wasn't like my favorite just because it was very then we moved to the Innistrad stuff. The Innistrad stuff was pretty cool because it was like, like a black and white kind of deal. And it looked very, very neat. But again, you just kind of see like it slowly but surely doesn't become as fun. So you got these guys here, and then of course you get the transform cards. I liked how we kind of go back to that comic book art style. So, just me, I'd probably sell off anything that wasn't another IP. What do you mean? So anything that wasn't like Godzilla, right? Like, or like, like a Fallout stuff or anything of the sort. The Kamigawa cards are really, really pretty too. These are nice. And then this is where I kind of started like falling off stuff. I didn't have access to as much, and then we kind of moved to the back. I opened up a lot of new Capenna, so I got a lot of new Capenna stuff. This was also very interesting because did my camera break? What happened here? Hold on. Strange. Not sure why my camera broke. Anyway, so like we have these guys here, right? These are like the gilded foils, like gold on the side of them. Pretty cool stuff. So we got a bunch of these gilded ones, but then we just kind of stopped, right? We were done. We were like, whatever. Yeah, let's see. I probably saw off the things that give me as much joy, which is mainly the MTG things. I see. So just like make sure to get rid of just the magic stuff, but you can keep like the Godzilla things, right? Because like I like the MTG lore, and that's why that's why I started collecting these. But it it makes sense. So I think a lot of these I'll probably end up getting rid of. I'm not. I want to get rid of the Godzilla stuff because theoretically it could be worth some money because it's gone down pretty significantly and looks like these cards are fairly worth they're worth something. But the problem that's happening with Magic right now is that Magic is not relevant for a long period of time when it's a new thing, right? So the Godzilla stuff was relevant when it was out and Ikoria was out, and people were like, hell yeah, Ikoria. Like, these are cool cards. Everybody wanted to collect these cards. Everybody loved looking at these cards. And they wanted to make a whole set of these cards. And I was like, this is what this is a cool thing, right? But right now, it's not. Right now, I think it's, what is it even going for? I have a collection of Godzilla in here. Godzilla collection. Yeah, so everything in the Godzilla collection is currently $273. So I could make $273-ish selling all of the Godzilla stuff, which isn't bad. Almost every card in the set is above $1. Besides King Caesar and Dorat. Every card above it though is $1. So, or is over $1. So part of me is like, well, maybe I keep it, right? But like Ghidorah, I bought Ghidorah for like 80 and now it's 60. And I know it's not going to ever get printed again because that's just not how it works. But if it does, it'll get printed in a secret lair or it'll get printed in a Universes Beyond commander deck, and then I'll feel sad. But like these guys are very good. I wonder if I still have. Yeah, Batra. So this is Batra. Batra is $11. You've got where is Mothra's Cocoon right here? It's $3. And then this is Mechagodzilla, right? Yeah, Mechagodzilla is like $24. So $273 in just that alone. That's not too shabby. So if we even think of it like 275, let's just do some more math here. 275 for that collection. We look at just this binder alone. Let's also add up our throne showcase stuff. Throne showcase foil. All the throne showcase foils, they're like $70. So we add another $70 to this. And then we go to the Theros. Theros Beyond Showcase is another like $52. So plus $52. I can already buy a case of MST with just those three. Then we look at Ikoria. Good thing I still have all these lists up here. Ikoria Showcase. Let's just get rid of the Triomes because I don't have them. Okay, so you're looking at about $40. So plus 40 for the Ikoria Showcase, and then you've got the Zendikar Showcase, which I know I have everything for. Let's see, Zen Rising Showcase, another $50. All right, I don't have anything weird in here. No, this Omnath is freaking what? This Omnath is like $15. That's crazy. Our Kaldheim stuff is lacking, right? So like everything from here, not like super big. The D&D showcase we're done with though, right? So AFR showcase foil. Oh, well, not including the dragons because it's technically not part of the set, or the borderless stuff. No. None of that. None of that. Borderless dungeon module. Borderless dungeon module. This is what I want. Yeah, so everything Evolving Wilds dungeon module. A lot of borderless cards. I should just take out all these borderless cards. I just want the showcase stuff. Borderless, borderless, showcase, borderless, showcase, borderless, dungeon module. I can keep this up here so you guys can see what I'm looking at. You can see what I'm doing. Yeah, these are all showcase now. So this is $30. $30 for these D&D ones. So plus $30. And then I think like most of the other ones are like they're just not available, right? That one's not super great. The Innistrad ones aren't like fully complete or anything, so there's nothing crazy to do there. So you're looking at about, if I wanted to just like get the first half of this binder pretty much, you're looking at about $517 for if I'm getting them at market price. So if we do what is it, TCG low, right? Because these are all market price. So you just assume like take $50 off of there, you get $467. So that's still enough for quite a bit. I can get quite a few legendaries and quite a few collector pieces for $467. Shoot, for $467, I can get a gold foil somewhere. Somebody will buy me. I'll buy a gold foil for that price. So that's just another collection thing here. I'm not. That's if I want to keep it, obviously. You know, all depending and so on and so forth. But that is my collections. So now what I need to do is I need to get a list of all of my rares. I have a whole box. These I have 2 of these, right? But there's 1. What are you guys? More bulk? Well, you're all rares too. You're just not sleeved. Okay, sweet. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna get these all sorted out, figured out, and then we are going to figure out what cards can stay as cards that are rare and what cards don't. Hammer of Perforos, I think, is worth something. Um, Hammerfist Giant. I feel like a lot of these cards that I put in my Avacyn deck are going to be really good. Erratic Portal. I know that card's good, except it's damaged. I actually might keep that because I think this is actually my girlfriend's card. I have a Warnstorm Surge, Outpost Siege. Just going off of what I remember to be worth it at all. These are all going to be Streets of New Capenna rares. So probably not worth a whole lot there. No, probably not. Let's see. Okay, so gonna be kind of boring. Bear with me. I'm going to simply go to a list here. My phone's gonna die if I do this, isn't it? Oh, I'll be fine. Okay. Let's go to here. Let's look up Warstorm Surge from the hell is that? From Commander 2023. 70 cents. So, but that's the thing. All of these, I think I'm gonna have all these rares be $1. So if it's under that, it's gonna be $1. So we'll put this in the dollar pile. Let's put you as the dollar pile. And then anything that's over that will have a different Hammer of Perforos. This is from the list. That is worth $2.24. That's not terrible. These Tezzeret Gambits are definitely going to be worth nothing. Tezzeret Gambit. These are the 45 cents. So we've got 1 and 2. Stone Rain, I'm also certain, is probably going to be nearly the same. Stone Rain from the. Just not have the regular. There you are. 16 cents. Like, how does a card like this end up being 16 cents? You know what I mean? Like, it just blows my mind that that's where we're at, right? All right, Mana Tithe. We've got this one here. Also 80 cents. Dollar pile. We've got Memory Lapse. Memory Lapse from the Strixhaven. Not $1. If it's over $1, it gives me a little ding. Don't do that here. So Doom Blade. Also that. Then we have a compulsive research. Also not above $1. How about Abundant Harvest? Abundant Harvest. Also not above $1. You have foil? Oh, the foil. Damn, this is probably the best a foil has ever looked. Are you kidding me? Torrent Sculptor? You're probably not worth anything. Torrent. Are you the correct side? Yes. Torrent Sculptor. Extended art. But extended art foil. Whoops. Foil. And extended art foil. This card. Extended art foil Torrent Sculptor. Only 20 cents in foil. So, under there you go. Then we've got a Teachings of the Archaics. Teachings of the Archaics from this. It is just the regular version. It is in foil. not help its price because foils don't matter in Magic. Got Mythos of Nethroi. Not enough. How about Mythos of Vadrock? Also nothing. We've got Crater Hellion from Eternal Masters. Also not even $1. Sunforger. Oops, not Forger. Forger. That is from Commander Masters? Commander Legends. Yeah. Yes. Commander Legends. Not even $1. It's close enough. It's gonna be $1. Conjurer's Closet. Conjurer's Closet from Absent. That's worth money. $11. That's not bad. We should put that bitch in a sleeve. What are we doing? I gotta get sleeves. Okay, how about Mark of the Asylum? Whoops. Oh, Mark of Asylum. Of whoops. Jesus Christ, Asylum. Only one printing of this card. $2. Not reprinted. So sell it soon. Dualcaster Mage from 2014. Didn't sound like a lot. Wasn't a lot. How about the Keldon Firebomber? At $1, or else it's above $1. So Knight of the White Orchid. This is from C20. 63 cents. Yeah, it's also like a lot of decks I have to sell too, right? So Hammer, Fist, Giant from this guy. Worth nothing. Fireman Avenger I know is worth nothing. Fireman Avenger. Gate Crash. Set nobody cares about. Caldera Hillian. Ian. Nope. Put it in the dollar pile. Destructive Force. Oh wow, this card's messed up. What is this? Pay 7? Each player sacrifices 5 lands. Destructive Force deals 5 damage to each creature. Wow. I feel like that's kind of a pain in the ass for a lot of people. Arc Bond. This is from Fate Reforged. And it's not even $1. Okay. Faith's Reward. I'd almost say it's probably better that ooh, this is worth money. I'd almost say it's better that every one of these cards that's under $1, I can just sell for 50 cents. Because if I can sell each of these for 50 cents and just like have it be like 50 cents for this, but I guess they're probably going to go for like bulk price. So they're probably going to be like, I'm just curious what other people are going to say in that regard, because Martyrs Cause. Oops, Cause. From Urza Legacy. I might keep this because it's from Urza's. And I like keeping the old cards. The old cards I keep. The second it starts changing into this is when I'm like, okay, cool. I don't want to do that anymore. Although, Kamigawa is another set that I want to collect. I hate that I want to collect so many things and know that I don't have the money for it. Rune Tail. Not Toon Tail, Rune Tail. Rune Tail Kitsune Extended. This is worth money. But Kamigawa is such a cool set. Like, it's crazy. Karmic Guide. Karmic Guide from Eternal Masters. Not worth anything. Other one bites the dust. Oh yeah? You talking about me getting rid of my magic stuff? I've been thinking about it for quite some time, Degenerate. And let me tell you, I am really, really happy to finally be like committing to this because a couple bucks right here. Again, where's our list even at right now? Right now we have $35 in cards, right? So we're not even like a little bit through this box. So Loxodon Warhammer. This is a Commander Master or Commander Legends. Not worth anything. Yeah, all I'm doing is I'm just putting the cards that I have that are worth money in the middle, the cards that are not over to the left, and then these are going to be kind of like bulk priced rares, and then these are going to be cards that I'll actually like put in a binder and look to sell. Outpost Siege from Fate, worth nothing because Fate Reforged was heavily printed, or Fate Reforged heavily printed. Molten Primordial. That's worth a little bit of money. I met a guy, one of my customers at the Bon Mi shop, who was wearing an MTG shirt. He said he got back in Magic because of the new sets. It wasn't his style. Oh wow. I mean, like that's fair. That's the thing, right? I also kind of have a hard time now because like a lot of the people who play Magic are playing because of Commander and not because of the Pro Circuit Standard or Pioneer or Modern or Legacy or anything of the sort. They get into the game because their friends go, hey, why don't you play Commander with us? And Commander, when you initially start, Commander is, okay, cool. What do we do here, right? We get a deck of 100 singleton cards, put it together, and you just kind of get to have fun playing the cards you want, right? And your Commander deck switches depending on what your Commander is, and it's like a fun little thing. But like the more you play with a group, eventually that group starts to expand to the point where the group is now being a little bit more like sweaty. And I like a 1v1 kind of game. And I haven't tried UPF yet for Fab, but I'd like to. Because it's a little bit more like I don't have to worry so much about my opponent's board. I just have to worry about strategically whether or not they're going to have a turn to attack, or I'm going to have a turn to attack, or my person to the right is going to have me a turn to attack. But when most people start out in Commander, or they get back into the game because of Commander, they then don't want to play a 1v1 format because they believe it's too competitive, right? It's way too competitive. And now Flesh and Blood is a very competitive TCG. It's the most competitive TCG in the market, but it's not casual yet. And so because it's not casual, there's a lot of people who would probably go, oh yeah, it's not really my style because like I'd rather just like play down the cards and see what it's like, right? It's hard to get like new people to try the game out simply because of that. But yeah. But that's the thing. It is always like, if you give it a shot, that's all I hope. Because if you give it a shot and you tell me it's not for you, then it's not for you, and that's totally fine. But that wasn't worth anything, right? No. Turn up my volume actually, so I can hear that. From what I heard, the main difference between Commander and UPF is the ability of a board state. It's hard to have board states in Fab. Exactly, right? And even if you're playing, the only time in which that's like the case is if you're playing against like a Dromai, right? Or you're doing like a Prism deck or something in which it's like, yeah, that's a pretty powerful board state, but you're not really doing a crazy thing. Called away. What are those artifacts in the corner? These guys, I'm going to keep these. This is a keep pile just because like I like this stuff. So this is an erratic portal. It's damaged. There's a coffee stain on it. This is actually my girlfriend's card, so I'm not going to sell it first and foremost. But any cards that are like older, I probably end up keeping. So, and then this one's from Urza's Legacy. So Legacy was the hammer. Yeah. Destiny was the beaker. Legacy was the hammer. Saga was the cogs, I think, right? So, but yeah, that's kind of what it's all about. Like UPF, you don't have a huge board state to look at and just be like, oh man, like that's like an insane Harbinger. This isn't worth much, right? Wow, you're worth okay, $1. Okay, I am located in the U.S. Yeah, I am. I'm out of the Colorado area. Mm. I want to help it jank it $1 as a pop. Well, so jank it, I might turn this into like more like 50 cents a piece because I still feel like there's enough like variables where like some of the cards are 90 cents and some of the cards are like 10 cents. So keeping it at 50 is pretty good, but I want to see what I have first before being like, yeah, I'm committed to this. I just need to separate them, right? Because that's the other thing is that like the longer I keep these cards, it's probably not terrible, but they're never going to be above $1 because they're this low already because they've probably been reprinted or have been useless for so long. So that is the case. Recently I got an LGS who was like the Reddit version of a TCG player. Ew. Yeah, Joey. Yeah, I hung out with Joey for a little bit when I first moved out here. Complained decks are expensive, didn't want to spend a lot of money, wanted to be immediately competitively viable with a good deck, but didn't want to invest in a class. Complained cards had no value. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? A lot of people don't look at TCGs at a like it's hard to describe. Like when I was talking to my friend who's been playing Magic for a while, he got back into Magic right before I moved out here, and he's been playing Commander pretty, like, a lot. But when I try to explain to him Fab, he's just like, yeah, I just can't get into the game because, like, you know, all the cards, it's like $800 for me to get a deck, and so on and so forth. And I'm just like, Tom, you've spent thousands of dollars on Magic the Gathering, and I don't expect you to spend thousands of dollars on a card game because that's not your hobby. Right? It's one of your many hobbies, but it's not your direct hobby. So I'm just like, you can play like budget build decks and stuff. So that's what it's all about. But you know, like some people don't. Now that cards are getting significantly less in Flesh and Blood, and you're distinctly able to see the collector pieces. So like when you pull a collector's piece, you can go primo, right? Like that card is coming with me, putting it into a binder, or I'm going to send it off to, you know, PSA or PCG for grading. So that's normally the case. But yeah, I am not going to Nats, Degenerate. I'm not going to Nats. I don't have the money or the time. I mean, now it's already like way too late, but I was asked previously, and I don't have the time off to take it, and I don't have the the means to do that. So sadly, but yeah, that's the thing. There's a lot of people who just like they don't want to learn something new, and so instead of just being like, yeah, it really wasn't for me, instead they just like shit on the game super hard, and I'm like, why do you even do that? Okay, Workshop War Chief, that's 10. Another one. Another one. Another one. Yeah. It's like all these like 10-cent cards if I can get 50 cents. Really want to get Star Wars? Yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of people pick up Star Wars and stuff. It's not been a big thing for me, so I personally haven't like tried to look into any of it, but you know, I'm doing what I can, right? Trying to go to Osaka, trying to sell as many dice to get me there. There you go. Well, believe it or not, Degenerate, I've already bought a set of dice from you. I don't think I've personally been able to thank you because I did it like randomly on a day. I think I bought them like a month and a half ago, but I did buy a set of dice from you. So yeah, Degenerate's the guy who sells the big dice. The guy the ones that I use them on stream. So not a problem, man. Thank you for providing a product that is really, really great for somebody who is going to be doing a lot of webcam games. So that was kind of my whole thing is once I realized that we were going to be doing a lot of webcam games for the Clash Bash, I immediately was like, well, I need to buy a thing of dice because I want to be able to convey what damage is coming in where and not just use like tiny D6s. So that's why I got them. That's why I got them. Widespread thieving. This is a card from New Capenna. I'm just gonna imagine all these rares from New Capenna are not worth anything. Would I be right in saying that? If it's new, it's probably bulk. Dice for Flesh and Blood. Dice for Flesh and Blood. I don't have my backpack on me, do I? I do. Do I have this in here? I don't. Shit. Do I have my... Oh, well, I've got my deck box over here, though. Ah! New designs. Damn it. Damn it, damn it. Yeah, these guys. So, yeah, I was going to buy them originally, but the marble version sold out pretty quick. So I ended up doing this. But yeah, they're dice for Flesh and Blood. So this is to determine like the attack power of the card that's coming in. You can go all the way up to like 12 in your damage. You've got your resource die. This die is technically for Findell's Tunic. And then you've got your damaged equipment die over there as well. So, and then I've got some regular D6s for in case I need to do something otherwise for counters. You want a huge D20? Those are pretty easy to get. I don't know how much they cost. They probably cost like significantly more. I'm going to assume... Okay, would I be right to assume this? That all these rares... Probably not a single rare in this entire section here that is... Tenacious Underdog, maybe? You know what? I guess I just got to check, right? Heavy hitters damage are 13, 18, 19, 24. Woo! Yeesh. Goodness gracious. One gazillion token pieces, not token cards. Yeah, I don't like having to carry around a ton of tokens with me. So I just like don't. How many of these do I have? 3. 3 of these guys. Boom. Tenacious worth anything? Tenacious Underdog. Not worth anything. But that's like, I like just having like a very basic, like, here's a token, right? Play the token card, you have the token. And with Flesh and Blood, you don't need a lot of tokens either. Like, Spectral Shields, you might need a little bit more of them. Crouching Tigers, you might need a little bit more of them. But it's usually like a max of like 3, right? Outside of that, you're not making like, you know, it's not like Scoot Swarm where you're making like 200 Scoot Swarm tokens, you know what I mean? So, Toulouse, Clever Conductor... Also, garbage, structural assault. Yeah, what a surprise. It's not worth anything. But yeah, so that'll be... I liked having them strictly because I was like, well, I kind of want to... Emancipation. I wanted to be able to... you know, show what damage is coming through when I'm playing my games, right? So it's good, but way too math. Yeah, exactly, right? There's way too much going on to the point where Shadow of Mortality. Garbage. I should just look online to see if there are any Scheming Fence. It's probably going to be way easier, actually. Probably just look online to see if there is a rare card. Streetway's Mentor, not worth anything. Riveteer's Ascendancy, Ascendancy, nope. Another one, nope. Another one. Cool. But yeah, so, well, that's good. It's good you'll have new stuff going on. I definitely would have loved to go to Nats because I feel like that I've had a lot of people ask me personally if I was going to Nats, and that kind of made me feel like, well, like, are they wanting to meet me at Nats? Like, are they just wondering if I'm going to go? Like, I'm not too sure. So obviously, Gura Interceptor. Because like I think it'd be great. I think it'd be great to like meet people. I would love to meet more people. I haven't been to like a Flesh and Blood event since Calling Indianapolis of 2023. So I'm due. I'm due for one. Mysterious Limousine. What is the prize? A crew card doesn't cost any money. Crazy. Maestros Ascendancy. Yeah, because these are all like 9 cents. I could probably get away with like making them 50. Let's see. Going to 2 nats, 1 before mine for testing and promos. There you go. Yeah, you've got what? You got a lot of nats things near you though. But can't you only complete in the one that you are? Oh, you mean one for your own, and then you're going to another one to do side events. I see. So you have money to come to Cali on June 29th. Yeah, right. I would genuinely love to. That's the issue is, DJ, is that my parents actually called me recently and told me that they are going to be coming out in August, early August. So now I need to save all my money in PTO in order to be able to take care of that. So I don't think I'll be able to come out on the 29th, but trust me, there will come a time. I do want to go out to Cali at some point and meet up with a lot of people. There's a lot of people out in Cali that I'd like to hang out with, including yourself. So wish I can go. My shop requires me to be there every Saturday, and besides, they don't have the big Marvel adult new card, only the regular board. What? Yeah, right. No big Marvel, not worth it. Not worth my time. Side events are nats. I see. Yeah. I love the side events. I've heard things like people have like made like actual decent money on just side events alone. Like you don't even need to be like a crazy good player to like win these side events. And you end up just cashing in on tickets. Yeah. I know it is. I know. Maybe I'll definitely try my best to save up for next year, because it's probably going to be better in the cards for that point. I hope to have like a new job that pays me a decent amount of money at that point, instead of working in a freaking warehouse. So we will see. Getaway car is also not worth any money. That's crazy. Whoa. Gala greeters. That's actually worth it? Gala greeters is worth money now? That doesn't make any sense. You can get a Gala greeters with every freaking box topper of a Streets of New Capenna box. This is worth money now? Who's doing stuff with Gala greeters? Errant street artist. You're not worth any money. Evelyn the Covetous. Not worth anything. Oh, no, absolutely. It's a great card in Elf decks, but like the card is so easily found, I'm surprised it's $1. Like the fact that market price says it's $1. Evolving Door. 6 cents. Yeah, a lot of this. I can probably sell every one of these cards for 50 cents. Easy. Devilish. LA. United States of America, working for someone for money is a damn scam. Find out what people want, need to make a business providing it, and make more money than any boss. Absolutely. No, absolutely. Absolutely, I agree. Offer you can't refuse is a couple bucks. That is true. That is true, Josh. Also, good to see you, man. Yeah, I'm currently just looking through my rares, but I am going to go through my uncommons as well, because I do think I have quite a few things here. So, yeah. So super. I'm kind of just like teasing over the idea, trying to figure out kind of what I want to get the rares sorted into what is bulk and what is not. And then once we figure that out, we kind of move out from there. Pop you late. And luckily, almost every rare from Streets of New Capenna is absolute trash besides... I already did depopulate. Right? His wife could go. He's a father. He's got to take care of a baby. All right. Let's see here. Get this out of here. The Broker's Ascendancy Showcase. The broker... I want to explain this to me. This is why it makes me upset. So the Broker's Ascendancy, that's right here, is 93 cents, but the showcase version of it is 64 cents. Make it make sense, right? Alt art, you should be getting more. You should be. Black Market Tycoon. I almost said Typhoon. Tycoon. Like, it's one of those things that just makes me go like, what the hell? What the hell is happening? Why is it like this? All right. Avon Heart Stabber. Also worth nothing. Gilded is where it's at. Yeah, I mean, like, obviously, I think Gilded is, like, the better showcase thing. But, I mean, like, if you're going to get the base version of a card and have it be more money than a showcase version of the card, even if it's not Gilded, like... That's wild to me. Wild to me. Corpse explosions, some cemetery tampering. Cemetery tampering. Okay, you're not worth anything there. And then we get to the Cabaretti. Cabaretti Ascendancy. Also not worth anything. And then the showcase is also not worth anything. That's crazy. Okay, so out of this whole pile so far, we have gotten this many bulk rares and this many rares that are actually worth over $1. Crazy. But we're not done. We're not done, folks. We're not done. So hang tight. I know we're hitting our 2-hour mark, so like... I don't normally stream for more than a couple hours, but showcase is more common. And that's what's wild, right? The fact the showcases are more common than the basics, like, it's because nobody opens up draft packs. Why would you open up a draft pack? You know what I mean? Okay. And also, for the record, for those of you who might be sitting here wondering, Alex, why aren't you just, like, confirming the condition on any of these cards? The answer to that is I'm going to wait to see what cards are worth any money and then worry about the conditions of those cards. Because these cards, if they're lightly played or near mint, doesn't freaking matter. They're going to be 50 cents no matter what. So we're essentially, I realize we're essentially just doing Twiddler's Rare Tower, but like not for a pull game. We're just playing stuff out. So this is a lot more of the mixed bag of older stuff. Do I literally have a freaking Gallagher's right there? Some other stuff. What is in here? I'm not listing on TCG Player. I think what I'm going to do is I might list it all on Facebook Marketplace. This Gallagher's is still in its thing. Is this Gallagher's worth money now? There's no way, right? Gallagher's, the freaking promo. I'm assuming. English. Nope. Garbage. Yeah, no, I'm not listing on TCG Player. I don't have the time to list every one of my singles and do all that. I would, but what I'm doing is I'm going to essentially just list all of my rares at 50 cents. And, you can do like a pack of whatever, right? And you can just sell them. But for these guys, I just kind of want to sell them all in one fell swoop. I want to get every like card I can out immediately instead of just doing singles, because that ends up costing a lot in shipping to people. And Kolaghan, the Storm's Fury, the Storm's Fury. I am checking prices with TCG Player though, so Krenko, Tin Street, Kingpin from what's bar? Not worth anything. Do it again. Not worth anything. Well, thanks. Thanks. Yeah, I'm just hoping. I know that I wanted to get more cards for Flesh and Blood has just quickly become my more favorite game to play, and I'm just like, I don't want to like beat around the bush and be like, oh, well, like maybe I'll use these cards for Like at this point, I'm just hoarding, right? I have a whole bunch of Magic cards that I'm not using on a regular basis, and anytime I feel like I need to buy a card, I don't ever want to. I rarely play Magic as it is, and the only people who play Magic with me only play Commander, and I'm not a big fan of Commander, so it is what it is, right? But yeah, so I'm just trying to ease out as much money as I can from this. So Kirkesh Anake Ancient. Let's see. Kusari Gama. That's $3. Oh, it's a little beat up, but it's probably more moderately played. So that's still fine. Although you might be. Didn't sleep. Man. I don't know. It's still a couple bucks. But Josh, hopefully you're doing good. Hopefully YouTube is treating you well. I actually was gonna ask you a question because I got in contact with somebody and I was talking to them about your program that you use to track sales data for sealed boxes for TCG Player. And I want to know if that was a like third party program that you end up using and paying for, or is it like something you've built yourself? Not worth anything. A Lantern Scout from what the fuck is that? This got reprinted in something, maybe? No. Oh, man, damn it. Lantern Scout. Do it again. I guess I don't need to really like retype it all, but launch the fleet from. Oh, this got reprinted. This got reprinted. Crazy. Lava Brink. Venturer from Ikoria. Also worth nothing. Lavinia. Of the 10th. This is a card from, what is it, Dragon's Maze? Garbo. Leaf covered. Crowned. This is actually probably a pretty good card, right? Dominar United. Yeah, $4. Elf shit. Yeah, I mean, it's at least good you got your money back, you know what I mean? Because, like, you definitely don't want to. You definitely didn't want to get, like, stuck with that, you know? But it does still suck. Angel, another Legion Angel. This card was so cool in limited, or in standard. I loved it. People would be like, cool, give me an angel. Cool, give me an angel. I'll take that angel. Lena, Selfless, Champion from M19. Nothing. This looks like a. You are a foil. You are a foil? Well, now I gotta know. Hold on. You are a foil. Didn't even tell how dark it was. Leonin Light Scribe. Standard art. Ooh, wait. Money? Hello? Foil? Yo, sick. Let's go. Honestly, they should refund me and let me keep what they sent. I don't need or want it, but a subscriber or two wants it. I see, I see. Yeah, I mean, at that point, you know, that's just like an utter loss for them, right? Like you're at least doing them a solid of like giving them the product back. But now what you can do is you can leave a bad review on their you can leave them a bad review and that goes against their eBay selling score. And so when your score is low, most people don't want to buy from you. So that'll prevent future people from possibly getting into that. Because you don't want to scam other people. Two in here? No, it's just one. It feels like two in the sleeve. This is Liliana. Liliana, Waker of the Dead from M21. Your dollar. Let's go. Yeah. Yeah. Because it's just important that you do that. Liliana's Reaver from Jumpstart. Worth nothing. Liliana's Standard Bearer. This is from 21. Liliana themed things in there. God, I love Jumpstart. Such a good set. Linvala, Field of Seagate from Zendika Rising. Also worth nothing. Another one, nothing. This one's extended art. Nothing. Damn. How good this card looks. Man. Oh yeah, for sure. I think it's just like, I don't know, it's one of those things where like you should know which one you're getting. And like if you paid $70, because what'd you pay for it, right? Did you pay $70 for the secret layer? And then then they were like, yeah, just kidding. Like I forgot that it's not the right one. Lore. A lot of these living lores. Lone Revenant from Avison. Nothing. Long Forgotten Gohei. Long Forgotten Gohei from Modern Masters. Then we have the Lonus Cryptozoologist from Modern Horizons 2. Nothing else there. Lorehold. If you couldn't tell, I have all these things in like an alphabetical order. Lorehold Command. Whoops, that was not the one actually. This is an extended art. That's still not worth anything, so who would have thought? Who would have thought? Especially show up in a day or two. Well, because I mean, like, what I'm saying is like, what did you spend on it, right? Because if you spent $35 and we're expecting to get it, and you're only getting $35 back, then that's one thing. But if you're spending $70 and then they sent you a $35 product, and then you're still getting $70 back, you can spend another $5, you can make it work, right? But Ludovic Necro Genius from Innistrad. Whoops, not double feature. Shit. Stop that. Still blows my mind that the double feature cards are doing something. 66 roughly. So I mean like $10 more. I'd be curious what you can find it for on other sites. But I don't know. Secret layers are a weird thing. Lumen. Stop. Lumen grid auger. Boom. I mean, is it really something that's like that sought after? Like at that point, you just wait until it goes down again, right? Because it sounds like it's not going to be. It sounds like it's not going to be something that people are going to care about for a while. But maybe that's just me. Maddening cacophony from Z Rising. What? Yo, $5. Woo! Let's go, Maddening Cacophony. Bloomborough, bro, will go up. Probably not. I mean, if there's a hype around a squirrel secret lair for Bloomborough, I don't know. I don't think it's that. Maybe I'm too out of touch with Magic the Gathering, but I don't think it's going to be that important. Like I said, like Bloomborough is going to come out, and then nobody's going to give a shit about Bloomborough because in the next like 3 days after you start the season of previews, you're going to hear about the next set to come out. And so once you have the next set to come out, it's going to be like, oh, okay, forget about Bloomborough. Let's talk about this other one, right? Like I'm sure Bloomborough is going to come out, and people are going to still be talking about Modern Horizons 3. Maestros Ascendancy. This is the Gilded Foil. Not worth anything. Who would have thought? Magma. From Rise of the Eldrazi? No. Toolbox. But that's the thing. Like, Magic the Gathering is so fast, you know? Like, if you're not keeping up with it every single second of the day, you are falling behind. And if people go, oh, Bloomborough is like the reason I want to get back into the game because it's so cool, then that's great. But, like, is it going to be the reason you stay? Vegas of the Future. Time Spiral Remastered. Mahamoti. Whoops. Damn it. My hands are getting sweaty, so now it's Mahamoti Jin. From Origins? Not worth anything. Who would have thought? Also from Origins. Not worth anything. This one's from M15. Also not worth anything. Also from M15. Who would have thought? I'm eager for more rats and squirrels, so I hope they have those. I'm sure they will, right? It seems like small woodland creatures is like the general concept. I'm sure my girlfriend's going to be really excited to like check some of those cards out, but she doesn't even like play a whole lot anymore now, you know? What set is that? Oh, from Crimson Vow. Almost over $1. But I'm sure they will add those in. I know there's going to be like raccoons and all this other stuff too, so I'm sure it's going to be a fun set to do, but again, I just think there's just no reason to get hyped for any of it anymore because it's like done and over with the second the set gets spoiled. Huh. Card has never been reprinted. Manor Gargoyle. What does this do? Defender, 5/4/4, Defender, Manor Gargoyle is indestructible as long as it has Defender. Till the end of a turn, Manor Gargoyle loses Defender and gains flying. Not great. It's just not great. Yeah. The mouse stuff. It'll be fun. March from the Tomb. This is from Battle for Zendikar. Battle for Zendikar. Another one. Okay, let's just take a look at our money right now. $82. So obviously varying this, right? Let's just hit it with the high to low, right? Our cards that we have that are worth any kind of money is Conjurer's Closet, Maddening Cacophony, Leaf Crown Visionary, True Conviction, Runetail Kitsune Ascendant, Mark of Asylum, a Kusari Gamma, moderately played, Hammer of Perforos, Dictate of the Twin Gods, Leonin Light Scribe, Extended Art, Liliana Waker of the Dead, Valkyrie Harbinger, Keldon Firebombers, Faith's Reward, Gala Greeters, Martyr's Cause, which actually we're probably going to take out of there, actually. Molten Primordial, Malakir, and that's it, actually. That's all the cards over $1. So out of this whole thing, we have 150 cards. Only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 cards out of 150 are worth more than $1. There was a thing I saw recently that was like somebody realizing that most of their cards from like 2011 to 2018 are worth nothing because they're cards that just strictly got replaced by power creep, and so like they're just not played anymore. And so all the cards are like really, really bad. Oh hey, a Neon Dynasty card, March of Wretched Sorrow. You're worth nothing. Woo. You're worth nothing. Mari, the Killing Quill. This is from. She was reprinted in Outlaws of Thunder Junction. That's crazy. Whoa. She worth money? $3? What does she do? What does she do? Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, exile it with a hit counter on it. Oh, she's good for the new stuff. Assassins, mercenaries, and rogues you control have death touch, and whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, you may remove a hit counter from a card that player owns in exile. If you do, draw a card and create 2 treasure tokens. That's not terrible. It's pretty good. A 3/2 for 3 that essentially buffs up all of your what do they call them? Villains, right? Is that what they called the creatures? Those villains. I have another one of you. Sweet. Well, that's kind of worth $3. Not terrible. Mask of Grizzlebrand. This is from Midnight Hunt. Worth nothing. Then we have Massacre Girl. The OG from War of the Spark. It is from War of the Spark, right? Yes. Massacre Girl. Whoa. So cool. Nice going through these and just being like, I don't want to keep any of this. Master of Predicaments. Especially if none of these are like worth anything. You know what I mean? It's not worth the time. Master of the Feast. Oh, whoop. Stop. Of the Feast. This is Journey to Nyx. This is worth money. How much? 387. What do you do? Master of the Feast. An enchantment creature demon. 1 and 2 black. Flying at the beginning of your upkeep, each opponent draws a card. Is this like wheel shit? This is like Rakdos wheel shit. This goes into Nekuzar, probably. Maybe that's why it's there. Master. I already know these cards aren't worth any money. There's no way. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll tell you why I know they aren't worth money, because they have a lot of them. Master of Winds. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I have 1 extended art. And then let's just do these here because they're going to be the foils. The foils aren't worth anything more. We're just going to keep that there. Nice with Shelly. Shelly. Oh, Shieldroth? Or Shieldred? Shieldred, that's the one. That makes more sense. Mastery of the Unseen from Fate Reforged. Mall of the Skyclaves. This card was so good. Not good anymore. Mavinda. Student's Advocate. Not worth anything. They're just not worth anything. Boom. Traitor? What do you mean? What do you mean? Why would you call me such names? Tower Shell. What the hell is this? Khans of Tarkir. Garbo. What are you sending me then? The ones you're willing to pay for. I thought you quit Magic too. You don't need them if you're not playing them. Memoricide? I don't even know what the card does. It's only been printed once. Name a non-land card. Search target player's graveyard, hand, and library for any number of cards with that name and exile them. Then that player shuffles his or her library. Huh. Scars. Interesting. Yeah. See, it's why I don't want to play Commander. Because it's just like so many people are just like, cool, get this guy out of here. And I'm like, I don't even think that's fun. I don't think going against 3 other people is fun. Maybe that's just like boomer mindset for me, but I just don't like it. I don't like it. Merchant Dockhand from Aether Revolt. Yes. A lot of these Aether Revolt ones are going to be worth nothing too. Mercurial Pretender. And we've got this card from Strixhaven, Mila, Crafty Companion. What? Oh, that's worth money? How? How is that worth money? Millstone. This is a... Are you a foil? No, you're not a foil. You're just a Millstone from 9th edition. From 9th edition. Where are you, 9th edition? You're up here. Nothing. But how are you doing, Zaya? How are you? Hopefully you're doing good. Stone. I probably shouldn't get rid of a Mind Stone because it's probably useful somewhere, but this is from AFR. That probably shouldn't be given away for 50 cents, but I don't really care. Mind Unbound. Also worth nothing. These guys, I'll keep one of these. The rest of these I think can be mindless. Whoops. Automaton from Exodus. It's not worth anything anyway, so not worth shit. Trying to mooch some free cards. Yeah, no kidding, right? I wish I could give these out to tons of people. I have like this. So this pile right here is pretty much just going to be bulk that I'm going to try to sell for like 50 cents a piece. Because and don't get me wrong, this is not me trying to like rip off the Magic the Gathering community, but a lot of people don't know, or they assume that people have not picked through their bulk. And so when they when they see that, they end up going, "Oh man, this guy's gonna, this guy's probably selling out all of his stuff, and there's probably like such banger cards inside these sets." And I'm gonna be like, I searched through it. I promise you, there's nothing. Whoa, Min Wily Illusionist, $6. This is why you go through your bulk, everybody. What is the blue one? This one? This is Min Wily Illusionist. A gnome wizard, 1 and 2 blue. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, create a 1/1 blue illusionist creature token with this creature gets +1/+0 for each blue illusionist you control. Yeah. And whenever an illusion you control dies, you may put a permanent card with mana value less than or equal to that creature's power from your hand into the battlefield. I guess that's powerful. You could probably make a commander deck out of that. Oh, pardon me, while this asshole fucking revs his goddamn engine before he goes anywhere. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah. Does your fucking car work, you dumb idiot? Jesus Christ. Don't understand. I don't understand truck drivers. This doesn't make any sense to me. Got a great henge? I don't have a great henge. No, I do not. I have a doubling season, but I don't have a great henge. Mirari. This is from this. Is it from that? Yeah, that's the right one. You're worth 54 cents. Last March of the... I do have a Last March of the Ants, yes. Or Hydra's Growth? I don't know if I have Hydra's Growth. I'm also trying to kind of sell them all in one go. Because I don't really have like the means to do a lot of... And I guess like theoretically I could make it work. But if I'm going to ship it to you, I have to pay like a ton shipping. So... No offense, but I want to try to make as much as I can without having to spend as much as I need. So, unless, of course, I wait until you possibly come out here. I think I just grab there. Mirror Maid, you're worth money. Mizium Tank. This is from War. Worth nothing. Worth nothing. Mizzix. Stop. This is from... Not worth anything. Crazy. Oh, I see. Turned into a little bit of a vanilla situation, huh? Zaya was looking for spicy Cheetos and found vanilla ice cream. Spicy Cheetos aren't spicy, but... I mean, they're spicy to me, but I don't know why they are. Molten Disaster from what? From 2013. Molten Firebird. See, Planar Chaos just does like some weird stuff. So there we go. So Molten Firebird. TMI on main? What? What? Damn, girl. He just wasn't catching on. Why isn't my keyboard working? Ukutai Soul Ripper. Showcase. Not worth anything. That's unfortunate. That's what happens when you meet men in World of Warcraft. You're not always gonna get a hit. Not always gonna get a hit. Munda Ambush Leader. This is a Zendikar Rising. Not Zendikar Rising, Battle for Zendikar. Man, 4 of them. Great. That is rough. That is a rough time. I'm sure you can. You know, you just gotta. I don't know. I don't know what you have to do. Don't look to me for advice. I I only pulled a bad bitch because I was funny. That's about all I got going for me. So, this is Time Spiral. No, I pulled me a bad bitch because I was funny. Dude, my hands are getting sweaty. You ever like can't use your phone because your hands are so sweaty? Just me? Okay. Never mind. Never mind. Forget what I said. Forget it. Mystic Archaeologist from Jumpstart. Not worth anything. Mystic Genesis. Mystic Genesis. Stop. Stop. Genesis. Gate crash. Not worth anything. What a surprise. I shouldn't just be like. Just look online. Most of these cards I think are listed on my my TCG player account. Mystic Reflection. Was that foil? You foil? You are foil. From Kaldheim? Ooh, you might be worth something in foil. You are worth something in foil. Let's go! Foil! Foil! We love to see it. Myth. Stop. Realized. Dragon's car. Dragon car. The left stack is the worthless pile. Yeah, so as you can see, we have made a significant... This is what's worth a decent amount of money. These things are all going to be 50-cent rares. So it is significantly higher. And that is just the cards that are under $1. And I still have a whole freaking thing to go through over here too, so this Mythos isn't going to be worth anything. I don't believe it. Oh hey, that's right. I forgot I had this. This isn't probably going to go to anybody. I don't really care so much for it, but I signed up for Joey Moss's Patreon and got this, and then I quickly stopped doing that. And I was like, I'm not paying for anything here. I just wanted to see what his like stuff was like. So Joey Moss signed page. I don't even know if he's doing content, right? I don't know if he's doing anything. Joey Moss, he's a YouTuber. All he does is like crack open packs and shit and end up doing some stuff. But he was like, I guess he's like problematic. So I don't watch his content anymore. Demir Guildgate. This is what? These are common. Get these out of here. What the hell is this? You guys aren't rares. Jukai Naturalist? I mean, you might be worth money. The hell is this? Well, his whole thing, so his joke is that anytime he opens up a box of cards, if he pulls an Evolving Wilds, he always like looks at the card and he's just like, "Oh my god, this card is so busted! Like, I can't believe they printed this card." But he does it for like every set, and every set has nearly has an Evolving Wilds in it. So it was like his shtick. And so that's what he did, is he would just sign a random Evolving Wilds in his collection and send it out to people who were patrons. So, Goshen. Oh, I know what this is. This is the start to my other thing. These cards are going to be cool. You ever see these? Like Playday promos? Full art Playday things? Cool. I think this is rares again. So let's just put this aside. The swords might be worth something, but probably not. Yeah, so that was his shtick, was doing that. So not it was funny. It was funny for a little bit, but Okay, let me get this going here. I was like, Demir Guildgate, what the hell? Swords to plowshares. Two plowshares. It's an uncommon except for this one, which is a rare. It's all the way down here. Strixhaven. You're worth money. Let's go! Because you're a staple in every white deck. What a surprise. Tundra. Fumarole. Kaldheim. Not worth anything. All right. Bears of Jara. Nope. Not worth anything. Unfortunate. More jank. More janky jank. More bulky bulk. The Blood Sky Massacre. Also not worth anything. The Ravens Warning. Also not worth anything. What a surprise. It's funny because when you're selling these cards, right? I mean, you look at this and you're just like, okay, bulk rares. Like, what is this consistent of? But like, if you really want to think about every single one of these cards selling, if I literally just do a grab bag thing where I put like 50 rares in a thing, right? Let's just say 50 rares at 50 cents a piece, right? What is that? $25? If I spend $25 on a bunch of random rares, I don't know. I feel like some people out there are going to be like, oh, $25. Like, I'm just starting up a collection. Sure, I'll go ahead and buy that. And it's just like easy to do. Rally the ranks. Dragon Kin Berserker. Dragonkin B. There we go. None of these cards are expensive due to them being foil right now. No, they are not. Draugr Necromancer. Okay. So I think we'll probably finish this pile. Cosmos Charger. And then we should probably look at the cards that I pulled out for things, because I think I need to figure out those prices for stuff too. So Cosmos Charger. Then we get a Cyclone Summoner. And then a Surtland Elementalist. Also, it's not worth anything. I don't know why I put it in that pile. Hold on. Sorry. These cards aren't worth anything. Garbage. There's also another set that probably a lot of the rares aren't going to be worth anything unless they're angels, is Kaldheim. Down of the Scalds. Boom. Right? I'm just making sure I'm not hitting. No. All right. Thegrid. God favored. The Showcase. Also not worth money. What a surprise. Yep, I'm getting out as fast as I can, Mizzo. Well, I mean, not as fast as I can. It certainly took me quite a while to do. I don't feel as much love for the game as I once did. And I'm going to keep like a little bit, right? I'm going to keep like a commander deck, maybe like a precon, and then one that I've built. And then I'm going to kind of just make sure I get rid of the rest. And this is the best way to do it, is to get all my rares and mythics that I'm not using, and kind of really just push to get rid of them, because that way I don't have to worry about keeping any of this. But how are you doing, Mizzo? How are you? How are things? Oh god, this card was so good in Standard. So good in Standard. Redeemed God of the Worthy. Crazy here. I also love this art too. Let me see if I can get the card flip. Yeah. The Valkmira Protector Shield. So pretty. This was such a fun thing to be like, oh yeah, snow cards? Stop playing snow. Like, don't do that. I wouldn't be surprised if that card's worth something, actually. Ray Dane, God of the Worthy Showcase. You're not worth anything. What is... I guess you don't have to worry so much about snow these days, right? Maybe we'll see after MH3 comes out and yet snow wastes. You know, that comes in. Reckless Crew. Totally replace MTG by Fab OP and others. There you go. I'm telling you, like, I think a lot of people are making that move. I think it's slowly but surely becoming that way. And like I'd explained previously, you know, I don't play as much. And if I do play, it's just like a little bit. And so I'm going to keep like a commander deck. But if I really want to like play into something, I don't get the opportunity to go play like, you know, Pauper or Pioneer or like even have the money or time to do anything like that. So I just don't. I just instead all of my time is focused on Flesh and Blood, which is where I like to play because I like the game a lot. But at the end of the day, you know, you play whatever you want to play, and I just think that there's a lot of people who they're not in Flesh and Blood. They're in Magic the Gathering because of a sunk cost fallacy, as opposed to a like I'm genuinely having fun with this game concept. Like there are a lot of people who just play because they like the cards, and that's also fine. But I like the cards. I still like the cards in Magic, but I don't like the new cards in Magic, and so I don't play them. You know, Abandoner, Defiler. How could you, Defiler? I barely know her. See, I'm funny. Let's see. Glorious Protector. Got that there. But yeah, so I'm essentially just making it so where one pile is the cards that are not worth nearly anything, and then another pile for cards that I can put into a binder and sell separately. So a lot of these Glorious Protectors. What does this card do? Enters the battlefield, may exile any number of non-angel creatures you control until the Glorious Protector leaves the battlefield. Oh. I think it's some flicker ETB stuff. Oh, Furious Retribution. This card's going to be worth a decent amount, I think. It's not. What a surprise. Dream Devourer. We know the Draugr Necromancer's not worth anything. We know the Cyclone Summoner's not worth anything there. Crippling Fear. This card might be worth something, actually. Crippling Fear. Nope, 25 cents. Crazy. All right, lower end products are in better level for me. Absolutely. I agree. I think the way that they make their product significantly better. And the only other one I'm looking at possibly is Grand Archive. Grand Archive is the other one in which I'm like kind of leaning towards because it's anime inspired and I like that stuff. It's also seems to have a really great resource system, which I enjoy. And the collectability of the game is really, really good because you are able to, for one, there's only like 3 to 5. I think it's like an average of 3 rainbow foils in every box. So the rainbow foils are actually worth something. Not to mention, you also have the ability to get those collector rares. And those are very powerful too. What am I using? This is just the TCG player app. So nothing crazy special. Cosmos Charger, Cleaving Reaper. Also not worth any money. I guess I don't need to be like adding them multiplicity. Very difficult to find here, but I hear it's really difficult to find anywhere in some cases. I think it's just because like they do make it very. They make it very the allocation not like of a huge amount, right? But that is also kind of what like hurts a game is poor allocation. Because if you have poor allocation, people can't play your game. And if people can't play your game, you're not going to grow. But I think they have the right mindset for how they want to make it. I'm just not sure how their allocation is. But I do hear like even like the new set Mercurial Heart seems to be hard to find for people, which is very, very interesting to hear that that's the case. What are you worth? You gonna tell me? You can't be worth anything. 16 cents. Printed in Japan, the AFOs meant. Yeah, I hear the One Piece stuff is great, but I've heard a lot about the OP events for One Piece and that they're all run like shit. And that's enough for me to not want to get into it first and foremost. But second off, I don't really like TCG. Now this is gonna like sound silly. I don't really like TCGs that are based off an anime. I just like anime style TCGs, if that makes any sense. Now, obviously, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like a weird like middle ground for me there because it's a show about the card game, whereas One Piece is not about a card game, but it's just an anime that is turned into a card game. You know what I mean? So, just 10, 15 years ago when I lived there, it was pretty much non-existent. Yeah, I do hear a lot. Like, the Brazil community really seems to be popping off for the TCGs. I know Fab's getting a Battle Hardened there, I think, or calling a Battle Hardened? Ascendant Spirits. I wish Yu-Gi-Oh! Was an actual game. You mean like you wish it was like an actual game like to play? Like, what do you mean? Arnie, Broken Bow, also not worth any money. Sure, your thing here isn't going to be worth anything. And then these are some more Stone Rains. There's this Rage. These are all going to be worth nothing. Okay. So we've got that there. Still just our big pile. Our super big pile here. And then this is going to have to get moved, I think. Because we're going to need a new pile of dumb stuff. I'm assuming that was a reference to Modern Use, basically. Yeah. I hear you. There's not a lot of back and forth when it comes to Yu-Gi-Oh! It's like you draw into your combo or you don't. That's why honestly, I enjoy playing well, I haven't personally played it, but Yu-Gi-Oh! How Yu-Gi-Oh! Set up, it's like their formats are different based on like the eras of Yu-Gi-Oh! So for instance, you have like Edison Yu-Gi-Oh! And Edison Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like you take it and it's only like from 2012 and before. So you take everything that's like within this like 2012 range. You take the ban list that was happening at that time before the like a YCS, and that's the ban list you adhere to, and you just play decks around that. Like obviously the meta gets pretty like found out pretty quick, but it is really, really cool to see that there's different ways to play that are more intricate. And because like a lot like myself, I stopped playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Back when pendulum summoning became a thing. The second pendulum summoning became a thing, I was like, I gotta get out of here. This is way too much. And now I don't even think pendulum summoning is like as prevalent. I think there's way crazier things like link summoning and stuff. So everything like that's always too much. Games, but as a third world country, it's really expensive. Yeah, I do hear it's expensive for the people out in Brazil, which is unfortunate. Oh, that's right. I did hear the Brazilian Portuguese stuff did get stopped actually from there. So that is a sad time. Grim Hireling. This. What? I have more than one of this. You guys, check your bulk. Oh no, Grim Haruspex is the other one. I just have one of these. That's a $20 card. We love to see it. $20 banger. What do you do that makes you $20? Whenever one or more creature you control deals combat damage to a player, create 2 treasure tokens. That's pretty good, actually. You can then pay black, sacrifice X treasure tokens. Target creature gets minus max. Oh. This is kind of like Yawgmoth, but with treasures. That's not bad. It's a pretty good card. Yeah. I'm sure it's it's a sad time. I really do hope that the Brazil community gets like what they need to benefit from all these TCGs. I know it's something that even like with Flesh and Blood, something that James White had talked about during their, I think it was during their dev talk, or maybe it was during the interview with Fluke, where he was just like, I think that one of the biggest mistakes that we did as a company was we tried to localize like 5 languages at once instead of just casually getting one language out and then waiting and then getting another language out and then waiting, because that way they can focus strictly on making sure that the language works out better. And so I think it is definitely better that they start focusing on just one at a time. But it's funny because like they even took a lot of time to focus on the Japanese stuff. And something that I had noticed was that when they were doing that live stream where they had Saito from Fab Tokyo or Tokyo Fab opening up Japanese boxes of Flesh and Blood, he couldn't translate the cards. Like they didn't translate well for him in Japanese. And so that was kind of like a weird thing where I was just like, damn, you guys put a lot of focus into making it for the Japanese product, but like it doesn't translate well. Like this was the problem with Italian and with French and Spanish and all that stuff into the stuff that came out previously. So I was curious why that was the case, right? Growth Chamber Guardian, not worth any money. The Gruesome Slaughter. All right, all Gruesome Slaughters can get out of here. Bam. So it's a hope that they make it pretty good. They make like Portuguese cards, but I don't know. I don't know if they're gonna localize it like that until like they really figure out where their translating team is at, because I could only imagine that was not good PR for Fab after hearing Saito say that. Just be like, oh, I can't translate. I don't know what the translation is for this. Guardian Augmenter. Ooh, you're worth money. Are you foiled too? You might be. Hold on. I gotta let in some light. That's better. I think it's probably like that too. It is not foil. It's not foil. Still $6. So that goes in the fun pile. It's good for new and young players, but to be honest, I do prefer only English cards. Yeah, I think it's just like, it's one of those things also where sticking with English or like translating it to the native language of where you're selling it is a great idea. But I do know that like most of the people around the world learn English. Not that I feel like it's fair, right? Because like, the rest of the world is essentially forced to learn English, where we are not forced to learn another language, which feels bad, right? But damn, this is also good. Guardians of Faith? You're foil too. I have a foil. I have a extended art foil. And then I have an extended art. So I have a foil. Guardians of Faith. Oh, it's just Guardian of Faith. Faith extended art. Your foil. Boom. And then we have another one. Guardian of Faith Extended Art. Sick. Well, that went up pretty well. But yeah, so I think it's just one of those things. Like, most of the world knows English, and I feel like if you can just comfortably translate your cards in English, it should be okay. But I just know that it's rough when you mess up somebody's language, because it's like that was their, that's their language, right? Like they if it's confusing in their own language but not confusing in English, then there's kind of an issue there. Guldra's Spectre from this one. Original Zendikar. Oh, well, this card's worth money, right? Hall of Storm Giants. A foil? It is a foil from this. You are worth money. Not a lot, but you're worth money. And we're going to add your brother. Hall of Storm Giants regular. Boom. Boom. We're getting into our money cards. We're actually finding money cards now. Hand of Vecna. You're not worth anything. I don't think you're worth anything. Legends. Cool. Yeah, the main reason I'm trying to get rid of Fab here, or not Fab, I'm trying to get rid of Magic here is because, like, I'd rather this money go and sit in Flesh and Blood collector product as opposed to just like cards for a game that's, that I'm not really playing a whole lot of, right? So Happily Ever After. Yeah. I will certainly see. And like, it's the whole thing is that Kano's probably not going to win against an illusionist. That's just how the game is played. He is not favored into those heroes, especially not with Enigma. But the opportunities could be there. So Harbinger of the Hunt from Dragon's Dark Hero. Not worth anything. Let's go. Not worth anything. Harglide. Oh, these are the Hargild. You're not worth anything. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I believe Miz has already seen my games against uh Teppa. And that's kind of what he's referring to. There was he was talking about how in the comment section of one of my videos, he was like, yeah, Kano just doesn't seem good in Clash because he loses like nearly all the time because he doesn't have his actual like power cards, and he'll never win against Illusionist. And I'm like, I hate to break it to you, but he's never gonna win against Illusionist ever. Like, ever. Like, I beat I beat every Kano I've ever gone against playing Illusionist because it is incredibly powerful. And you just can't really beat that. And it's also because like you're not running a lot of poppers. Although, if you want to talk about like wizards into that, like Icelander was really good and at least like put up much more of a fight. But Icelander is not Kano. And Kano definitely gets rocked by Illusionist all day. Haven Ghoul Laboratory. Worth any money? Heartwood Storyteller. This is from the list. Whoa, you're worth money. You're worth money. Helion Eruption. I wish I was able to just like look this up. Helion Eruption from Dual Deck. Oh, I mean it's always been like that. I mean, there's Kano does really well, but if you're not teched into beating him, you're probably not gonna. This is the rainbow foil. No, it is the rainbow foil. You're not worth anything in foil though, right? No, you're worth less. You came foiled in the set. Yeah, I've gone against. Let's just say that before I started playing Just Clash, I played at my locals back in Illinois, and one of the players there only played Kano, and so I have a lot of experience into Kano. I know what his cards do. I know which cards to block out, which cards to not block out. I even said at the end of one of my videos, where I was like, if you want to know how to beat Kano, here's the deal. AB any card that allows them to opt, and AB any card that gives them a pump to the next arcane spell. That's it. You don't have to, you can just take damage anywhere else, but don't take any damage, or at least try to minimize the amount of damage you take from cards that opt and cards that deal damage to their next spell. And if you can do that, you can beat Kano all day, every day. There's no like way around it, right? So, because if people are just like, oh, they just get to opt, whatever, it's not like the end of the world for me. Like, it's pretty bad if they get to opt 5. You know what I mean? Like, opting 5 allows them to just straight up. It just straight up, like, ruins it for people. So, I need to put 2 of these in here. Is that my boy? I hear my boy. Is that my boy? I hear you. You're not even in the room. Oh, he's trying to. Are you trying to get in? No. All right, take care, Mizzo. Have a good one. I might stop here in a sec. Because 1, I should probably get some food. 2, I definitely need to work on editing while I have the opportunity. And 3, I don't know what the third one is. Of Goma Fada. It's one of these things, right? Like, looking through all of these rares, I'm just like, man, there's so many cool, like, hidden gems and, like, cards that are, like, fun to collect and all this other stuff. And I want to collect more, but so I'd probably, like, stick to collecting Magic as opposed to playing Magic. Damn, not even History of Benalia is worth any money. This card used to be good. Used to be damn good. Goblin Bandit Lord. Ooh. Oh, except you're not even that. You're the extended art one, which is worth less somehow. Weird. Okay. You can go in there then. All right. What do we have? Hoffrey, Ghost Forge. You're worth money. Okay. Mythics are coming through at least. So, Honored Hierarch from Origins. 16 cents. Yo, Twiddler, what's going on, bud? How are you? Actually, now's a good time to tell you. I just realized now that you're in here that I have cards. You have cards for me that I should probably get. If I'm going to be selling out of Magic. Dink. We're essentially doing your rare tower, except I'm trying to figure out what I want to post. Stop hostile. From not worth anything. Let's go. Right, exactly. you got all my sealed. Well, you didn't get all of it. you got most of it. I did keep a couple things. I'm still wondering whether or not I want to keep those things. So you might be in the process of possibly getting more here. Alpac Piper. Do. You're not worth anything. None of this is worth anything. 100-handed one from Theros. 15 cents. Put together a list and send it to me. I have a small box for you still. Yeah, I'll have to grab that box and figure it out too. But I think I want to try selling all of it in one go. So if you're looking to pick up rares that are worth money and then not worth money, that would be rad. This is all my bulk rares. I was looking to sell each one at about like 50 cents a piece. So obviously that's like a nice average, I think, for everything, considering some of them are like 90 cents and some of them are like, 20 cents. And then we have the ones that are at least like $1 plus in this pile here. But I know you need cards for your games and everything. So, hey yo, what's going on, boss? How are you? Don't mind me. I just have a less superior game on the screen right now. I'm trying to sort through all this. All right, that sounds good. I can certainly do that. If I can find a place for you to pick up all the $1 plus stuff, that's also totally fine. Because it's either that or I post like a Facebook post and I just get somebody local. Because luckily here in Colorado we have a lot of people who are really, really big into Magic. So I'm sure they could pick it up. But Will, how are you? Welcome on in. In Garuk's wake, this is the promo. You're worth money. Are you worth money? Probably worth like $1, right? Yeah, $1.15. Easy. Easy stuff. In search of greatness extended art. You're not worth anything. Are you worth anything in foil, though? Probably not. 54 cents. Let's put it to foil. 59 cents. You're not worth anything. Incoming. This is a unglued card. You guys have ever seen unglued? Very interesting stuff. Fun. $1.08. Unglued is so weird. All the unsets. Increasing Devotion from the dual deck. Nothing. Yeah, I'll make a list. I'll get it to this is going to be worth nothing. I'm certain of it. Increasing Vengeance from the Mystic Archives. Whoa, you're actually worth something. That's crazy talk. Let's go. $2. That's my Clash Bash talk. I have not started it yet. No, I'm finishing up this last pile, and I'm going to talk about Clash Bash a little bit because I do want to actually get that out. We've been streaming for 3 hours now, and I want to be able to actually talk about Clash before we start doing some stuff. But, I mean, you know what? Theoretically, I could talk about it right now. Now, it's not like anything's stopping me. I'm just like trying to do this on top of that. But I'm excited to figure out what I'm going to be playing in the Clash Bash because I am just so stuck between what I want to play. Back to work. Hit me up on Discord and I'll get back to you about it. All right. Sounds good, man. Sounds good. Well, have a great day at work. Enjoy your day. And I'll hit you up on Discord once I'm finally done going through all this. Inexorable blob from this. But yeah, I'm trying to figure out what I want to play because I want to. It's my Clash Bash goal. It's like it's not that I don't. It's not that I want to win, I guess, because like I want to do well. But there's also no real prizing on the line. Like we want to do prizing, but we need to have like a decent amount of participants and have like a ton of games figured out before we do like a decent amount of prizing. And if we had like, I don't know, if we got like a pool of money together and we were able to like get something for the winner, that'd be one thing. But because like what I wanted to start doing, I don't know if I've said this on stream before, but what I've wanted to do is there's a guy who lives near me who does some 3D printing. And I've been wanting to talk to him about doing a trophy for the thing, right? So that way I can just like give the trophy to somebody who won, right? The winner of the Clash Bash gets quite literally a trophy. And you know, no, and it doesn't matter where you are in the world, I'll pay the shipping. You get a trophy. And that's something you can display in your home and like, you know, it's a fun little thing to do. And there is like I want to win, but I also want there's still so much data that needs to be discovered about the format that I almost want to just play something that I know is strong in Commoner or in Blitz and then go like, okay, that works for this. Does it work for this? Right? And so that's where I'm kind of sitting because I'm like, yeah, I could play what I want, but I could play something that's going to give me data. And I also have to know what other people are playing because I lost to 2 Go Tall decks in the finals. Now, granted, it was a best of 3, and I kind of, you know, I got through because it was Dromai versus Azalea. Or first it was Dromai versus Azalea. And then I think it turned out to be something. Was it Dromai Azalea? And then. Oh, no, Rhinar was first. That's right. Yeah. So it was Dromai versus Rhinar. I lost, right? And then Rhinar switched to Azalea. And then it was Dromai versus Azalea where I won because Dromai beats Azalea pretty hard. And then it was Ira into Azalea and I got like hella dominated. So, because obviously, like Red in the Ledger is just like a card that exists, right? So I'm not sure what it is that I don't know. I'm not sure what it is that I want to try because I'd be down to try a Go Tall deck. I'm curious whether or not Go Tall beats Go Wide in these scenarios because you only have 20 health. And going tall means like a lot. Not to mention that if I played something like Bravo's huge because I could play Bravo and play Crippling Crush, Showtime, what's his other one? Starstruck, right? Like super powerful cards. Not to mention I still have access to pummels. I have access to rares that are really good. Like Bravo, and I can dominate. Like dominating is a big freaking deal in a thing. Right. Go tall as the game is Go Wide though. Yeah, well, because like it's the same concept, right? But like I think it's easier to gain tempo doing Go Tall because if my Go Tall is 6 on 1 attack, where their Go Tall is 1, 2, 5, 1253 or 1254. It's just like, I don't know, because I feel like if I took a go wide turn early, I feel like a lot of people can get scared out of going wide, right? And that's where like the bluffing point comes in, because you can go wide and you'll play Ira, you go Kadachi, 4 attack, 5 attack, and be like, yeah, that was like a lot of damage in nearly your entire health pool. But if you crack back with a 21 power attack, or a, not 21, it's probably way too powerful. Play something like freaking Dominate Crippling Crush. Like, that's huge. But you also don't have, the other thing you don't have access to is you don't have access to Seismic Surges. So, like, it is what it is, right? Yeah, the concept is the concept is nearly the same, right? But Go Tall usually implements the ability for your opponent to not be able to block with many cards. Going Tall is, you go tall, Intimidate with Rhinar. Go Tall, Intimidate. Like, I lost in the Clash Bash to a Barraging Beatdown Red, Barraging Beatdown Blue, Show No Mercy. No, it was 2 reds. Barraging Beatdown Red, Show No Mercy. I got intimidated 3 times, 1 card in my hand, nothing in Arsenal, because I didn't have anything. Block. Now that thing is plus 3 more, because I have to block, and it comes in for 15? Like, I can't really do much there. Yeah, I have my whole hand, but I die. If I've taken any damage prior to that, if I've taken 5 measly damage, that's death for me. So, correct. But chains also don't normally go that long. Like a 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 3, 4 is normally, like, the most I've seen in a chain for Clash is like 4, 5, maybe, right? Yeah, exactly. It was 14, but he already hit me for 6. Like I couldn't do anything about it. Like, you shitting me? Like, I can't just take the damage, I die. But if I block it, I get +3. It gets +3. It blocks out anything I'm blocking with. I have no armor. I die. In Katsu, though? Well, so Katsu might have an opportunity, right? Because, like, the only thing I could possibly see happening is Bond's turns, right? Okay. Actually, I'm not sure if they played Katsu in the... I'm not sure if they played Katsu in the top 8. You might have actually seen it because you probably commentated over it. But the Bond's turns are good, right? Don't get me wrong. I mean, you still have to set them up, but the Bond's turns are good. And if you can get that to happen, awesome. But in Clash, you don't have a way to get +1 to all your Tigers, so it's a little rougher. Not to mention that in Clash for Zen, you have to have a bunch of no blocks that eventually turn into Chi. And a lot of your stuff also is probably got to be blue, so it comes in for less damage. So, okay. So, yeah. So that's kind of like I don't know, that's my whole concept about it. It's like, it's possible, but I don't think that the power of a go wide turn is as debilitating, right? Because it's normally like, okay, a little bit, right? More like combat. Yeah, right. I mean, you're quite literally setting up, right? That's the whole purpose, right? That's like when I lost to the Azalea as Ira, I had he caught me on a turn where I had no D reacts. I didn't pull a single D react in Ira, and then not to mention the fact that they had 3 pumps and then an arrow. They didn't even dominate this arrow, but I was at like 5 HP, and they came in with a 14 drill shot or something. Like, it was bonkers. Like, I don't understand. Like, it was literally, it's just like, cool. I set up to the point where I got 3 + 3 pumps, and then like bullseye bracer, fire for a billion, right? And like, I can't block all that in Ninja and still live. So, but so is winning the goal. I mean, for me, like, because I don't care about getting blown out, right? Because it was never a blowout. I was happy that I was able to get 3 games in with Roe before, before actually like committing to to the rest of the games, right? I'm fine rather just having good games, and I don't mind doing that. I'd rather just have fun playing in the Clash Bash. That's like my goal. But I also want to be statistical about it. I want to be able to see where our meta lies. Is it big into dominate only, intimidate, very big disruption based decks? Or is something like Fi able to make that happen? Because I played against Fi against Nathan in the Clash Bash in the first couple of series back when, like, before the top 8. And Jesus Christ, like, I mean, he came in for like 20 every single turn, and it was ridiculous. It was ridiculous. So the ability, there's a lot of options because we have so many heroes to choose from. But the downside is that because there's so many heroes to choose from, you don't know what you're going into. Like, going into, he does get shut down by Azalea as well. That is correct. Yeah. I want to try moderate. I want to try moderate. I want to play something that is well structured, but is also, I don't want to play jank, right? I want to play something that's well structured and does kind of well. But then also, like, you think about the fact that like jank could probably get you there. When I was going against, who was this? Who was I playing? Henry? Henry was playing KO, the original KO, right? With the roll up 5 or 6 and your base number gets doubled. That was wild because I was like, that's insane. I was like, what the hell? And so it got me there kind of jank. I mean, it's not, I don't think it's that jank. I think you have a pretty solid play into most things, but maybe I'm wrong. So, but I definitely think that for the sake of the bash, for one, I want to be able to play a deck at all, right? It's 6 days until the pairings go up, and I think I have enough to make some of these decks, but I haven't really done a lot of pure testing. So luckily we're able to like swap around decks for the purpose of it. Not to mention the fact that it's a best of 1 format now in the league as opposed to best of 3. Best of 3 is just for top 8. So I can kind of get a lot more games in by just switching around that stuff. But I mean, there's a lot of stuff I want to try, but I don't know. Right, exactly. Bonus games, so you can get testing in, the whole thing. So, Furry Tusk Fortress, 17 cents. But I definitely want my decks to have, to have good play into it, right? Because I do want to know what the meta looks like. I want to know if there's a deck out there in Clash right now that you can go, okay, I'm going to spend this money on this deck, and I'm going to be able to win like 85, maybe even 80% of your games. And like, I don't believe that's a thing. I don't truly believe that there's a deck out there that is like guaranteed to win. But I'd like to find out. I'd like to find out. Okay, so the event structure, what I've come to is that the best of 3 2-deck format is not about winning the best of 3. It's about not losing 2 games. Okay. Yeah. I'll wait till you're finished. So I can I can see the rest of that. Jace's Ruse. Only printed in War of the Spark. What does this even do? What are you even? What the hell is even that? Oh, another one. Jadar. I think this guy's actually worth money. Hold on. Jadar Ghoulcaller? Yeah, you are. Good zombie right there. Jodsy, I don't think it's worth anything. Jodsy. No. Not worth anything. Jalira. Let's see. Jar of Eyeballs. What a card. What a card. Jar of Eyeballs. Like, what? Jared Carthelian. Jared Carthelian. True Air from Legends. We'll come to the more games than anyone, so he probably has a great insight to this. What I mean is, if I had the time to participate, I would run two very, very polarizing decks like Prism and the Premier Aggro deck. You hard lose to some, but you hard win some, and they must win against both. I consider aren't we all just a jar of eyeballs? No, I hear you. And that's the thing, right? If you want to meta game it, that was my purpose. When I made Ira and then I made Dromai, I went, well, Dromai is a little bit more mid-rangey control, gives a bunch of options for playing against decks that can't handle a wide board. But then I also played Ira, and Ira can match up well against other aggro decks, on top of being able to go against things like Guardian and any of these big, powerful decks. And so it's about having a good mixture of both, because you don't want to have just one kind of deck. You know, you don't want to play Ninja and Ninja. Usually you don't want to do that. You want to play Ninja and Guardian, or Illusionist and Mechanologist, or I don't know, Guardian and Wizard. Like, you want like a mix, right? Now, granted, that's only for top 8 purposes, right? Now that we are at best of 1 throughout the league outside of top 8, then that's all about like just playing what you want kind of deal. But for the matter of the fact that you're looking at actual like deck strategies, that is kind of my play style. Is I want to be able to get one, because there's a triangle, right? We're aware of the triangle. Everybody's aware of the triangle, right? Illuminati. That's what we're doing, right? You know, you've got aggro, you've got control, and you've got mid range. That's your triangle. And so, actually, that's probably not the right way, because it beats whatever the hell, right? Going right. So control kind of beats aggro. Aggro beats mid-range beats control beats aggro. Is that right? I'm pretty sure that's right. I'm not even aware of the triangle. I don't know what I'm talking about. But that's the purpose. And so, like, if you can choose 2 decks, right? Like control and then aggro, or it's mid-range or aggro, or mid-range or control, and you can choose both, right? That covers 2/3 of the triangle. And you would know you at least have one of those decks that beats that other deck. And so then you just got to hope that their deck isn't also the one that beats your other deck. You know what I mean? So Kevin and I start calling it aggro setup fatigue, and you more or less sit in a corner or a side as a deck. I see. Aggro beats control beats mid-range beats... Okay, that's what it is. I couldn't remember where like the things were. Yeah, so control, aggro beats control because they're able to be faster than them, and then control beats mid-range because they can you just wait till their little damage stuff gets out of the way, and then they're weak. And then mid-range will beat aggro because they have a little bit more of like a blocking potential, like a fatigue strat. I like the triangle, but I would want the most that corner than anything. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like it does work fairly well because like you see it even in Classic Constructed. I mean, you had Icelander, Oldhim, and who the hell else was over there? There was another aggro deck that was getting crazy at the time. I think that's when 5 was doing really, really well. And that was like the triangle, right? Where's combo sit? I think combo is mid-range personally, but yeah. I mean, there is the option, right? The setup, I guess like mid-range I would consider kind of a setup deck because the whole point is you're blocking efficiently while you're setting up your deck. Where you have aggro potential, but you also have aggro potential, but you also have defensive capabilities to where you can hold tight until your aggro potential is ready to go off. Right? That's because mid-range, from my understanding, is a nice mixture of attack and defense. Whereas control is more defense and aggro is more attack. So that's where like that triangle comes in, right? So if you block efficiently in a mid-range deck and you save all your power pieces, you can combo into a powerful, attack when your opponent doesn't have anything to properly defend with, right? And the same can be said, with like aggro doesn't defend very well because it only wants to do damage. So all of its stuff like blocks for 2 or nothing or kind of goes from there. Right. Chiora. Did I spell that right? Joyra. Joyra of the Gitu from the. You're worth nothing. Whoa. Oh, dude, Joda's got to be worth something, right? Joda. The Unifier. Yeah, you are. Let's go. Right, so is Warrior aggro? Because they feel more mid-range to me, but they are a long game hero, and they certainly are in control. No, I believe Warrior's mid-range. Would I be? I mean, they have a fridge in their equipment slot. They're mid-range. I think Warrior's mid-range. Yo, what's going on, bud? How are you? We're talking the Clash stuff. Are you joining in the Clash Bash this time around, Darth? Where's aggro because it's a numbers-based deck? Is it? I don't think it is. It depends on what kind of. It depends on what kind of aggro you're looking at, right? Because like I wouldn't consider Decimator Axe Olympia as aggro. I would consider it mid-range because you're blocking and then just keeping one card in your hand to pitch to swing in for 4, or if you have the ability to, you can swing for 7. Like I believe like the equipment of Warrior on top of the attack reactions that block for 3. No, aggro is not mid-range in Magic. No, it's exactly as I had said. Mid-range is you have the ability to control the board. It's a mixture of control and aggro. That's what mid-range is. So in my own personal understanding of it. So you have a mixture of the ability to control and protect your life while also being able to have an off turn in which you are able to present a decent amount of damage to where you're going, okay, let's just block out their power moves and then and then we go from there. So it says aggressively sucking all the fun out of the game. That would be mid-range. That would be mid-range for me. For me. I think combo, because again, the reason you were comboing is you were trying to set up a combo, right? Now you could also consider those things like OTK decks, right? Like if you're trying, like if you consider Kano and CC a combo deck, which theoretically it is, right? The whole purpose is that you defend until you're set up properly in your pitch stack to where you can go, okay, pitch, damage, 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 you're dead, right? And so you're defending accurately and efficiently to the point where you can go and you do your big aggro attack, right? But you could also consider those decks OTK decks because you're trying to like do all that. A variety of archetypes including combo, ramp, tempo, and others. There we go. So thank you. I don't have my keyboard on me, so I wasn't able to look it up. But yes. So like I said, like combo is mid-range to me. So if you consider mid-range to be combo instead of mid-range, then that's where it would be, is there. So because like warrior beats Fi in most cases. You know what I mean? Like if you're playing like dual axes Olympia, you're probably gonna beat a Fi. Yeah, I would suggest Dory to be combo. Yes. Yeah, almost any version of her to be combo. Yes. Yes. Am I crazy for thinking that? Is that silly? Am I what is that? Capping, as the kids say? That's not the one I want. Shit. Get rid of this. June the Rising Star. Man, it's 28 cents for a reprint. Crazy. Ridiculous. Kervek. I spelled it wrong, of course. Kervek the Merciless from Time Spiral. Nothing. But yeah, so it is just one of those things where I imagine that's where I've always looked at Warrior has been mid-range. And because like, you can even think of the same thing for Bolton, right? But like Saber's Bolton in its true form is combo, right? Like if you're gonna play Saber's Bolton, your whole thing is get your 2 to 3 Luna's Ascension and a Spirit of Irina, and then be able to just saber, gain like, you know, what is that, 6 life plus? More than that, I'd imagine. Technically, it's more. So you end up getting a whole bunch out of it. And is Raiden Bolton? I don't know enough about Raiden. Now, to be fair, I don't know enough about Raiden Bolton to consider it combo. Do I think it's combo? No. Do I think it's tempo? Sure. Right? But that's also because you have the ability to you kind of have that concept where like if your opponent blocks, they might lose out because, you know, you get +1 if you charged, right? And then you can get rid of a thing of soul to give things go again. Combo and tempo are almost kind of the same thing, except like the purpose is to keep the tempo via aggressive attacks on turns where your opponent doesn't have great defenses, and good defensive turns when your opponent is trying to become more aggressive. That is where tempo is. You want to be able to make sure that your opponent cannot overpressure you into being like, okay, now they're the one in charge of that, right? Yeah, give a little, take a little, right? Most mid-range loses to control. Well, I mean, and it could be different based on each deck. You know what I mean? Like, what do you control truly is like, you know, consider Icelander, right? I consider Icelander, some people consider Icelander to be control because of the ice, right? But I believe Icelander is a mid-range deck because not only does she play disruptive ice cards, but she also comes in with Wounding Bull for 9. And also is able to play cards on your turn. So I believe she is more mid-range than anything because it's just block, put an ice card in arsenal. Block, put an ice card in arsenal. Block, Wounding Bull. Block, Fighting Spirit. So Archetype terms just failed to translate elegantly into Fab. Yeah, and it's all different, right? I'm not saying that this is like the way it's supposed to be, because there's plenty of different ways to play plenty of different heroes and plenty of different classes, and so it's not exactly a 1-to-1. But I've always believed in the triangle, and like you usually see it when you are looking at a Pro Tour, right? When you look at a top 8 of a Pro Tour and you see 3 heroes in it, you need to evaluate those 3 heroes and where that triangle is, because that's where you're going to see the shift, right? That's where you're going to see where beats what and so on and so forth, right? Because like KO, very, very powerful. And he is theoretically more of a consistent aggro deck because he's able to just pump out numbers, right? He just do big numbers. That is KO. He do big numbers, and he doesn't really need to like block a whole lot, because it's just like, cool, I can just stay not blocking and come in for 14 plus every single turn with no fear. But when you go against a Dorinthia can beat KO in most situations. And mid-range beats aggro. So, but then you go against Dromai, in which you have to play around, right? Like Dromai was kind of the control in that situation, because your opponent had to choose whether or not it was going to be attack dragons or attack hero, and so you were controlling kind of the board of where their choices were. So yeah, the mid-range soup, as it's been said previously. So I'm all for trying out some new stuff and like seeing what goes on. But that is kind of the, there's always those like, and there's always like an outlier though. You know what I mean? Like there is always the triangle, and then there is that guy over there. This little dude who's outside of this triangle, who's just right over here, who says, hey, sometimes if I go into any one of you, I do really well. But only if you draw bad and I draw really well, right? And that's almost where I'd put Kano. Because while he's combo based, right, and you're obviously trying to set up for a big combo turn and go off, he can take out nearly anybody in the triangle as long as the opponent draws bad and you draw good. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out, is whether or not I want to play new or not. Because I'm torn between trying to play new or trying to play ASC. Because both of them seem fun. The only difference is that damn, this card is $7. It's bent as hell. Get you under a press. The only thing I'm interested in is whether or not, like, the reason I kind of am leaning more towards new is because she does have those the Mystic Assassin attack reactions, and they're really powerful. Like, if you're playing ASC and you come in with Double Trouble, you need to have 2 attack reactions that you need to pay for in order for you to or that you need to play in order for you to do that. Whereas with new, you just need to pitch a blue, and you can play 1 attack reaction and then get another one, right? Because you also don't want to be kept with a whole lot of attack reactions in your hand, so I'm not too sure. Hey, what's up, Tomas? How are you, man? First day of work over. There you go. Congrats. Hopefully it was a nice, easy day for you. I have the wonderful pleasure of having tomorrow off on top of today because my warehouse is shut down for maintenance. So I get paid for tomorrow, and I don't have to go to work. Hold on. Dawnheart Prime, right? A minute. Nothing. 55 freaking cents. I'm going back to aggro setup control. I pick 2 corners and pick the evilest decks in those corners for Clash and get a ton of reps. I'm right. Yeah, that is. I'm not going to say evilest decks, but I definitely want to pick the most powerful decks that I feel are consistent and have a wider variety of cards. Something that you need to take into consideration when you are playing Clash is not just the rares that you get access to, but also your specs, right? Your specializations need to be good. For instance, before Arachne I mean, even when we think about Arachne, right? Arachne doesn't really have great specializations. So, what is that other one? Course of Tendency is a very good card, but it's only good in Contract Arachne, which is not super fantastic into this meta, or into this format. It's not really great into many formats. And now that they've changed stealth cards to be more specific to kind of being like a mix between Contract and Stealth, Assassin's or Arachne Solitary Confinement seems a lot better. But Arachne Solitary Confinement can't use the frickin' thing, because if I recall correctly, you need to have a contract card, or like if you complete a contract, your stuff gets go again. The only thing you get to do is banish the top card of your opponent's deck, which isn't like super great because you can do that way easier in new. You know what I mean? Most evil, hated, sinister, vile, smelly, stinky, smells like dead fish, stinks, stunk smell. You right. Well, then you probably want to play Oldhim. You probably want to play Oldhim and just go nuts. And then you're probably going to want to play, I don't know, what's like the nastiest aggro deck out there? I can't even think of it. Probably Ira, I guess. Prism I'd say is evil, but then Tomas already played expertly with that. Yeah. Yeah. It's crazy. I do think if you're playing Ice, you're in a pretty solid spot, because Ice really is like the only thing that you don't have access to is Amulet of Ice, which isn't like detrimental to your play path, but it is something. So Kaza, Royal Chaser from the Horizon, not worth anything. Not worth anything. We got another one. Fine Ira. Yeah, like that could be fine. Kind of think you cannot play Fatigue. Oh, yeah? Why is that? Is it because you can't play Remembrance? Kazandu Mammoth. And the Showcase one. Not worth anything. Any good deck beats Fatigue when the deck is 2/3 of CC and the health is half. That is true, right? I think that is the concept. I think Fatigue has a spot because you have, if you fill your deck with things like Unmovable, Steadfast, D-Reacts, like Sink Belows and Fates, and all your cards in your deck block for 3, and you can comfortably come in for 4 to 6 damage a turn on a 1-card hand, or on a 1 to 2 card hand, like not that terrible. I think attack reactions are super, super big into the format because you're running D-Reacts, but like you have to run a lot. Yeah, Yoji has an additional points of health. So Yoji is already doing very well into those situations. And I think you won your only Yoji game, right, Nathan? Like you were pretty into your Yoji. Keen Duelist. Damn, that's worth money. Let's go. How much worth? $4. Freaking let's go. Kells Fight Fixer. Jumpstart. Not worth anything. Plus 2 HP is a big deal, and especially when you get to wear a Fridge, too. You get plus 2 HP, and then you also get all of the Guardian you get all of the Guardian stuff too. So it's a lot. It's a lot to deal with. So it's a long stream. I had this running in the background. I was making video. Well, happy I could do that. Yeah, I did not expect to be doing this as long. But I'm just like, I'd be doing this live or not live. So I'm just like, why the hell not, right? We just hang out. So yeah, Teklo is still bad. We don't get access to his arcane barrier equipment, so he's still bad. I don't suggest running him, but screw it, right? Like if it works for you. We are still looking mighty poor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43. 43 cards out of 354 cards so far. So far. OGKO has legs, and he's also got 2 arms. I think OGKO has an opportunity because he gets to utilize his specializations a lot more than regular KO does. The only downside is that you have to really get lucky. Like, if luck is on your side and you're able to do some nasty stuff, absolutely, you can do some pretty good stuff. But for the most part, you really can't do much of anything. And that is an unfortunate situation for you as a player. But, you know, it is what it is, I guess, right? More 5s in your OGKO? Yeah, but if you build more 5s in your OGKO, you lose to Prism. Hard. Really hard. Like, really, really, really hard. You lose to Prism. And Dromai. Well, I mean, what? The pump only really does a little bit, right? So you'd have to... What are you doing there at that point? You're playing the beat chest Bonebreaker Bellow. Bonebreaker Bellow beat chest +5 to your next thing. So +5 to your next brute attack. And then you're losing it in half, so 3, so you're coming up to 8. But like, you have to have all that. You have to have Bonebreaker, a card in hand to discard that isn't the card you're looking to play, and then the card. So, and then a pitch for it all anyway. So that's like, you know, it's powerful, but that's the whole point. You have to pump those cards before you can continue into that. Whereas, like, in most cases, you don't have that. So that's why, like, I think that decks that can utilize a whole hand, like I think OG Dash is like incredibly terrifying. I think OG Dash can still come in for 18 damage regularly, right? Start with a Hyperdriver, play out a bunch of cards, Spark a Genius, Teklo-Core. Now you're like, okay, cool. Throttle. Yeah, Throttle for free. Boost, 1 free resource. Now you're looking at freaking Crankshaft. Play Crankshaft for 1 for 5. Like, you just keep it going. And then the other thing that I think is, I'm gonna spoil. That actually might be what I play, now that I think about it. Because you get access to a bunch of cards that say that they can't be defended by equipment, which means that your opponent has to block with the cards from hand. And that's really, really powerful. That might be what I play. I think I figured out what I'm going to play. I think that's not... I don't think that's bad. I think I'd like to check that out. That might be the aggro deck that I choose to play, and then I might choose to play New as the kind of like mid-rangey deal. think my KO did 2 claws, so it's either you come with 2 claws or you're rolling. Absolutely. Right, absolutely. I mean, that's the whole purpose, right? You play a attack with claw, pitch a mighty windup, attack with claw. So, or not pitch, discard a mighty windup. That way you can just power that through. Okay. I think we can be done with the MTG stuff for right now. This stuff can all get put into a binder for right now, and then we can just worry about everything else later. Are you all sleeved? You're not sleeved. You're all also not sleeved very well, but you're sleeved. I'll give you that. You're sleeved. I'll give you that. You're not. All you guys are not sleeved. You should be sleeved. Boom. Okay. Let's just get some random sleeves that we've got sitting around. Actually, probably what I should use this for is a random sleeve sitting around. I think I have a whole box of them right over here. Are you a random box of sleeves? No, you are not random. Hold on. I know I have one some here. Hang tight for 1 sec. Where are my sleeves? Is it you? It's you. Bam. Okay. Let's leave these guys out. But yeah, I think that's probably where I'd sit, right? Because there's, like I said, there's just like a weird. What is in here? The whole deck of here. Oh. Oh, these are just tokens. What the hell? Where did these come from? Where did you come from? Who the hell are you? Who the hell are you? Yeah, I definitely think that there's, there's a place for everything out here. Like, you really can't tie yourself too deep into a meta because, like, we don't really have one yet. And if we do end up getting one, then that'll be rad. But I think I'd just like to see where things stand as far as this goes. Some help in Clash. Yeah, Max is also, Max is very good too. I think Max does pretty well. I don't even think he needs that much help in Clash. Honestly. Like, you don't get Nitro, which is unfortunate, but oh, for sure. But there is eventually going to be an established meta. You take a look at homie spammer stuff on Discord where they're like, Ira wins every single game. And it's like, yeah, like, I could theoretically be like, yeah, well, that's just because, like, you guys don't know how to play into Ira. But that's not actually how how it works. Like, the Ira deck is fine, but it's not like the way. You know what I mean? You have a sleeve. You have a sleeve. Are you good? Is that it? But I do like the fact that there is that openness to just being able to play whatever the hell you want, right? Like, I think that is worth it. It's worth it to a lot of people why they want to play. But I agree. I think that is the way that Will is explaining it is kind of how I expect myself to play, and it's how I expect everybody to play in top 8. Because, well, what the fuck is happening now? What the fuck? It's like busted under here? Hello? But, like, I definitely want to, I just guess I want to, like, establish where, like, the power does lie. Because if there is that, right, then, we have to figure that out. And we have to, handle it accordingly kind of deal. But we don't. Then we don't. Multiple cards in here? Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, yeah, shit. I forgot I had this. A Rainbow Foil Yavi Maya Worm from Urza's Legacy. This is a keeper. That's a keeper. Yeah, so these guys we can put into the binder. So let's just do that. These guys can get put back in here, but I'll put them backwards so I know where I started and where I ended. So we found out that we have a lot of bulk. It's where we're at right now. Not much has changed since the last time I played this, so a lot of bulk. I think Ira, Icelander, Reinar, and Azalea are top. Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I don't know. The fact I brought Dromai to the top like that's pretty intense. Like, pretty crazy. I didn't think I'd be able to do all that, but I took all those things out and I didn't even check their prices. Dumb as hell. Hold on. Dumb as hell. So we're gonna check their prices real quick before we're fully done. But yeah, that's my whole thing. Is I think there are decks that do really well, and again, I do believe that going tall is huge. I believe Icelander does still have a very, very nice presence. Well, thank you. I also agree. Like it's and again, the reason that I know I can do that is because I've played Dromai since she's come out, pretty much. Like I played Dromai since I started the game. So like I know how to pilot Dromai pretty freaking well. And I know what my opponent's decks look like, especially when they're Guardians and freaking Brutes and stuff. I think I fell for Rose Trap pretty easily. And also I don't D-reacts, I don't think, in that Dromai deck. But I should, especially if things are gonna go tall. I should play more D-reacts in that deck. So maybe that's a change I make for this. Because I can switch out a couple things for D-reacts. I don't see that being too big of an issue. Because that's my other thing too, is I have Sigils of Solaces, I have D-reacts, I've got all this other stuff, and I'm able to pump up some extra damage there. I'm excited to hear what Ethan has to say about my gameplay. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely does. I mean, to be fair, Icelander and Reinar or not Icelander, Azalea and Reinar, it's a very simplistic idea in a 20 health format. It's how do I get over you blocking my attack? And the amount of disruption that Reinar has is huge. Not to mention the amount of disruption that Azalea has. Oh my god, excuse me, I'm so sorry. But there is just a lot of disruption. I mean, if Reinar is able to rip every card from your hand and then come in for 15, there isn't much you can do about that. Honestly, there's not much you can do. And because there isn't much you can do, you just kind of got to sit there and go, okay, well, I guess, we're just going to kind of figure this out. Let's check these cards real quick so I can just do this. I just want to see, so I know if I can put it back in the thing. Aether Vial from Delve Masters. It's a $5 card, and it's foil. Nice. That goes in the binder. Super simple, and Azalea had some interesting choices. Yeah, exactly. Right. What do you do? What do you do in a situation like that? You just can't. But to be fair, that is also something that people are complaining about in Blitz. they're complaining about the same thing, is that he's able to intimidate, attack you for 20. Like, that's pretty good. Bloom Tender from Dumbmasters. $15. My God. Okay. This list is getting better and better. Blue Suns Zenith. You're worth money. You're foil. Whoops. Blue Suns Zenith. Boom. Foil right there. Sick. These guys can all go in that pile. Yeah, absolutely. Right. And I mean, that's what you have to do, right? Like, you know, it's either in the situation like that, I have to be like, well, do I attack with my stuff? Because, like, would that have been as powerful of a turn if I had gotten some dragons out and he would have needed to pop it? Like, maybe. How much is this vampire? Captivating? Let me see here. Captivating vampire is M11. $15. $16, really. A good vampire. Channel from it's a Japanese alternate art. Just make sure this is the right card. It is. So luckily, it seems like all the cards that I kept in that binder are actually really good. Circle of Dreams, Druid. This is foil. Booyah. I have two sitting there. Yeah, you might want to do that. To be fair, that's an M11. It's been reprinted a couple of times, so I don't know if that's the same version you have. Crackle with Power. This card's probably not worth that much, I don't think. 371. Not bad. Culling Ritual from the extended art. That's worth money. You're worth money. How about Cunning Rhetoric? No, not Theoretic. Rhetoric. See, Commander 2021. Yeah, C21. $1. Oh, wait. More than that, because it's the extended art. Didn't even see that. Okay. Dark Ritual, but the Commander, or the Mystical Archive version. That's worth money. Such a good art. God, this Dark Ritual is so good. Love this thing. Oh, the vampire deck that was in. Ah, I see. Because M11, that's M11 is when Edgar and stuff, right? Deadeye Navigator. That's worth money. Ika. Good for Fractal Theorist Center. It's worth money. Deserted Beach from Innistrad. $4, $5. Ephemerate. Ephemerate the Mystic Archives, but it's foil. $8. What a pretty card. Stop playing around 2011. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's around M11. Jessica's Chariot is probably not worth any money. Oh, it's still worth money. Let's go. Fate Unraveler from. I have 3 of these. 1. Sick. All right. Well, so far everything that was in the binder initially is still worth over $1. So of Revelation. Where the hell is his War of the Spark? 45 cents. You don't belong in there. Spoke too soon. Spoke too soon. Yeah, I'm very, very excited to Force of Vigor. This is a promo from somewhere. This is Retro Frame Foil. Ooh, that's a spicy number. Yeah, Retro Frame Foil. Pretty good. 30 bucks. W right there. Fusion War of the Spark, and that's probably my favorite set. Yeah, I think a lot of people got into it right around then. War of the Spark has been, that was one of those sets that got like a lot of people excited because they came out with the Japanese set that had the alt arts, like the Japanese alternate arts for the Planeswalkers. And I was like, damn, that's pretty cool. But I don't know. In Death Triome. This one is foil. Okay. Inventor's Fair. This is the list card. $20. Good shit. Good shit. Journey to Eternity. This is worth money. Right? That was the worth money number? Okay, yeah. Leyline of Sanctity. I think this card actually just got reprinted. Of Sanctity. This is from this one. Still worth money. I've got this Lightning Bolt. Lightning Bolt, the Japanese alternate art. That's going to be worth a little something there. Magma Opus, the extended art, and the foil extended art at that. Beautiful card. Pretty card. Let's see. Livia Crimson Bride. This is the showcase version of her. That's worth money. Not foil. I know this Omnath is worth money. Omnath. Locus of Creation. Showcase. Beautiful. I know you're worth money. Yeah, I tried to get into MTGA a lot, like really getting deep into it, but I just like I don't know. I wanted to get more into like playing in person, and then I didn't. I was just like, dang it, I don't know what I want to do. And then they were like, well, you're not gonna get like code cards or anything, so there's no reason for you to like play both. You can just play one or the other. I was like, oh, do I just stay playing online? I'm not sure. So it is a downfall. Professional Facebreaker, you're a foil. Yeah, you're a foil. Professional Facebreaker from Streets of New Cabana. You're worth a little money. The foil's worth a decent amount. And these cards in the binder are really worth something, huh? I agree. I think digital cards are great. I was actually I think I was talking with Yama about it. Because I was like, I'm really excited to get into. I'm really excited to get into. What do you call it? Grand Archive, because Grand Archive seems like it's going to be one that's also going to have a online client, and that's going to be really really good for me. And I think he responded with, "Why is an online client an incentive to get into a card game?" Or is that like an incentive to get into the card game? I was like, well, like it's mainly just it's mainly just because like I don't have a ton of time, and if I'm going to be playing a card game, I want to be able to have it still be like convenient and then available when I need it to be. So that way I can be like, oh, I'll go to like a big event and play in person, or I can be like, yeah, I'm just gonna stay at home and play. Sarah Paragon. This is the Dominar United. Yeah, that Seagate restoration is $24. Yeah, it's like if I'm ever like feeling the itch to play, I can just be like, oh, cool, I can play. Whereas like if with the like with Fab, I still have like I still have Talishar that theoretically I can play on, but you know, but Talishar also like directly interferes with what LSS wants from their game. And I guess I can understand that, right? I can understand why that is something that's, if they were to take it down essentially, I think everybody would understand why that is. Cheese stands alone. $4 card. It's cheese. Okay. This is Time Warp. Time Warp, right? But Japanese alternate art. Is it foil etched? I don't think it is. It is foil etched. Japanese foil etched. $22. At some point, TBH, you want to chase the $1 billion, you're going to have to do a digital client or you won't get a billion. I don't know. I mean, the fact that they're doing so well without a client right now is probably good for them, because it also makes it so where like you end up having like a very comfortable connection with your company and the LGS that you sell your product to. But I do think that it's just like better. It makes more sense to have both. But I don't think Flesh and Blood is just going to like change their whole uh, concept, right? I think they're going to comfortably just be like, well, if you're not willing to play in person, then you're not willing to play at all, which isn't a bad idea. I mean, like it's like I said, it's working for them. It gets people out, it gets people to see the world, it gets people to go touch grass. I think that's a nice like side effect to it. Yeah, I would hope that they eventually go into some kind of other media, because it's going to be real bad if you don't. They were already talking about possibly having like an anime or something of the sort, like a show, something to like really show off like the story of the game. But like now that their story team is kind of dwindling, they aren't doing as much with it. Watery grave from there. Wow, well, we shot up in price pretty significantly here. All these cards are going into a binder. This one is not. That's crazy. So now we have $636 worth of cards. But if we took out all the bulk, which we could theoretically do, this isn't even able to be found. Where do you played? No. Get that out of here. We get rid of all the bulk, just a good portion of the bulk. You can see how much of our product is actually worth a damn. I should have done this after every time we stopped, but yeah, well, because like that's the other thing, right? They really want to focus on making sure their game is consistent, and I guess like I get that. I understand that situation because they're like they want their game to be fleshed out really, really well. And I think that's smart. I think it's a smart thing that they do that, and I want them to continue to do that because the game is important. If the game is bad and the collectability is bad, then you don't have a game and it's going to eventually die. You know, you don't want to like dive super deep and be like, here's a whole thing and there's a bunch of other shit. Like, I think that like other media isn't gonna like they're not gonna do much as of right now because they also don't have a very significant storyline. Like they're fleshing out new heroes every now and again. They still are trying to figure out like 2 sets ahead, and they don't have like a design team specifically for other media, I'm assuming. So it's gonna be a lot before they actually end up doing any kind of, I don't know, special, what do you call it? Any kind of special media, like a show or a book or something of the sort, right? At least until they have to get their like media team under wraps and like actually get in-house writers. But I don't know. I'd be curious to see where it stands as far as outside of its own game, because I want it to expand, right? But that's another reason why I look at games like Grand Archive, and I see that I don't know where they're getting this this funding or this money, but Grand Archive has done insanely well starting. Going from a Kickstarter game to going to like a super big Worlds event and having a whole bunch of awesome casters and having like VTubers interested in your game and getting all these like crazy big like anime artists to make cards for your game and to add lore. They have lore for their game. I don't know how much of it is like fleshed out. I haven't looked at it. The characters are, while it does appeal to a certain kind of person, not all of them do. And it is the collectability of the game is insanely good. I think it's, so far from what I can tell, probably some of the best collectability in a TCG that is not based around directly like to an anime. Just because you're able to, you only have access to a couple foils a box. And I know there's some like, what do you call it? There's some drama going on with Grand Archive right now where people are opening up the boxes and they're saying that they are not, they're saying they're not a fun open, right? It doesn't seem like it's fun to open up those boxes. Like the hits don't feel like hits. And I'm like, man, if you pulled a CSR like, and your whole reaction is like, oh, okay, that's kind of cool, I guess. It's probably not the game for you to begin with. Like, at that point, I feel like you're just making faces to make faces. Because if I pulled a CSR, I know how much that card's worth. And because I know how much that card's worth, I'm going to be excited. Right? That's a hit. You don't see that very often. So to go that far into being like, oh yeah, I don't know, like it might not be enough for me. It's just like you know, a lot of people just don't look deeper into the games, and all they want is to feel some kind of dopamine rush when they hit stuff. All right, so altogether, every card that we've looked through so far, we still have like 3/4 of this box to go through, but every card we've gone through so far has been now a total of $557, which means that if I was even able to sell all of this for like $500, I can get a case. I could put it towards something that is more important to me. So, and we're not even done looking through all of it. We still have some other stuff that I know I've kept that I'm probably going to sell. Things like Cavern of Souls and some other stuff. So, but overall, I'm happy I was able to look through all this and, or at least look through a decent amount of it. I know we've been live for 4.5 hours. My God. I'm sorry you guys have had to sit here and just talk to me for 4 hours, or at least listen to my voice for 4.5 hours. But I am always thankful to hang out, and I love talking about. I think I'm going to play New, and I'm going to play Dash. That's what I'm going to do. New and Dash. Except I'm going to play. I think I'm going to probably go out the gate playing Dash because I feel like Dash is just going to. She's just disgusting. I made a Clash Dash list. It's also fun to say Clash Dash. What do I want for my Cavern? I don't know what it's going for right now, actually. I have 2. One of them I'm probably going to keep because it's going to be in my girlfriend's rat deck. But probably going to see which one. Because I have one from the list, and then I have one from I think I got it from Box Topper. B-Day? I mean, I'll certainly see. I'm certain I love you to death, but I'm looking to make money off this, so I certainly am not going to like hand it out for free, but but I'll see. Because I currently have it in. Where do I have it in? I have my Cavern of Souls. I have one Cavern of Souls that's in my girlfriend's rat deck, and then I think the other one I put in one of my other binders. Let me see. Let me finish putting this away, and then we'll be Gucci. Get all these cards sent up here. So yeah, so not bad. Like $557. I definitely have more stuff too, so that would be a great find. Be able to get all that. I'm surprised you don't have a Cavern of Souls already, DJ. Didn't you open a bunch of Ixalan? I guess you didn't open a bunch of it for you, right? Probably opened a bunch of it for your patrons and for your Oh wait, hold on. Hold up. My Captivating Vampire is from the list, not from the list. It's still $16, so nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. It is still the same amount. That's crazy. That's true. That's true. I'm surprised you don't just switch it between decks. But let me just double check and see what I have for it. There's a couple other cards that I know are going to go in. Or in this binder, I should say. It's in this thing, I think. We have a lot of cards in here that are worth some money. Worth some money. Oh, I see. If this is going to sell really well. My beautiful, my girlfriend pulled this when we did some pre-release stuff. She got a promo Shieldred the Apocalypse. I should probably sell this before they reprint it. So she's super pretty. I don't even know what she goes for. What does she go for? Shieldred the Apocalypse from pre-release cards, right? Oh, $100? Easy mode. Okay, sick. So $100. Oh, here's my test of strength. Another $100. Fierce Guardianship. This is another card that I need to add in here. Fierce Guardianship. This is from Commander Masters. $42. Dick. Put you in there. Oh, my Jeweled Lotus. The other card, Jeweled Lotus from Commander Masters. Another. That is not $100. Out of your mind, bro. Look at this thing. Damn. Sell that test of strength. This is a promo card. I want to keep this for Fab. Damn, I gotta put this in a freaking thing. That Jeweled Lotus is $100. God damn. My doubling season. Doubling season for Commander Masters. Also going to be $40. Too tempting to sell. Yeah, right. Oh, here. This is the one I'm not using. I pulled one. It was a list. The Avacyn Restored list from Innistrad, I think. I pulled it there, but this is the other one I have, and it's the Zendikar Rising Expedition one. This Cavern of Souls. I don't even remember what this goes for. Cavern of Souls. The Zendikar Rising Expeditions. $54. So not shabby there. And then we've got these guys. Just looks like more. There's that foil lightning bolt. Did I put this? I have to put these in my thing. That's probably why these are out here, so I don't have to need to put them in my binder. My binder. Then we have this Spawning Kraken, which I don't think is worth anything. We do have these guys, which I think are really cool. They're Angel. I think I have all. Do I have all the ones in here? I do. I wanted to collect these too, but well, these aren't going to come out. It's going to be hard. These are the 30th edition cards. Probably not going to sell for a lot. Then I have this promo Shivan Devastator. Let's put the Spawning Kraken in here. Spawning Kraken. Edit art. You're going in here. Okay. Shivan Devastator. Shivan Devastator. The pre-release. $5. Ooh, $5. We don't need to keep you in here. You're not worth that. You're not worth that money. You're not worth that much. You can get out of this. Put you in something else. Put you right here. Yeah, the Jeweled Lotus I got was a crazy pull. I was very excited. I got a Jeweled Lotus. I got a Jeweled Lotus. I got a Doubling Season, and I have Fierce Guardianship. That's what I all pulled from those things. So foil mana crypt, but had to sell it. My deck wants it, but dang 250 covered in debt. Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? Like, if you're, that's kind of where like my point is with a lot of this is that like a lot of these cards are going to be worth nothing because I think these are all just like commander or yeah, they're all double masters, bounce lands, and then the foil etched cards from Baldur's Gate. Very cool stuff. So all the Baldur's Gate stuff. Karlak's my wife. That's my wife. So nothing crazy in there. I think these are all going to be pretty. Although I think the Karlak is worth a little bit more, but not much. That green elf is money? That green elf. Green elf. Background. This guy? Ashin? Oh, starts with a J. I'll find him. Give me a sec. Are these cards worth something now? That's crazy. There's no way. John Irenicus? Tokens tap for mana? No. That's not it. He's an elf. He's an elf wizard. He's just green, I'm assuming. See if you see him before I do. Experience counter. He's a thing. Stereon. No. Starts with a J, right? That's what you said. Oh, Jansen? Tokens tap for mana? This guy's a gnome. Oh, Jahira, friend of the forest. Oh. She's worth money? What is she worth? I know both of these are worth money. Because I know Karlak is everybody's wife in Baldur's Gate, so. Is Jahira, friend of the forest, worth it? I'll sell her too. I don't need her. Jahira. Hira. Oops, I spelled her name wrong. Jahira, friend of the forest. Oil etched. Oh, it's like $2. You know? Karlak. Oil etched. She's worth way more. $10 for this Karlak. Yep, etched. So this is only $2.61. This is $10.03. So theoretically, I just probably put both of these in here because I don't give a shit. The regular is 5. Interesting. I mean, there were a lot of, there's a guaranteed foil etch spot in in those packs, I'm pretty sure. So that's probably why it's more. I wouldn't be surprised there's a lot of cards from there that are crazy good. Actually, I'd like to check. Just because I know I have all of them. So I have every foil etched card from Commander Masters or Commander Legends. Commander Legends Battle for Baldur's Gate. That. Actually, let's just look up foil etch, and then we're gonna find the set for Commander Legends Battle for Baldur's Gate. High to low. Karlak, that's it. Karlak and Jahira. Those are the only ones. Everything else is like their market price is like $1, but their low price is still pretty low. Even Miram is low. That's crazy to me. Interesting. Anywho, there you go. That's a couple more bucks. So now with all that stuff that we added in there, all these like $100 cards and stuff, Well, yeah, $923, almost $1,000 in singles, and I'm not even like done. I'm not even done with all these. Almost $1,000 in singles. So just keep that in mind, folks. If you're trying to get into a different game, look through every single one of your cards and make sure they're in good condition, and then sell them as soon as possible. Yep, exactly. I can literally just change freaking heroes at this point. I have this out already. I'm gonna see whether or not I have these. I gotta double check. I don't. Good standing here. I could buy an entire Flesh and Blood's Classic Construct deck with all those cards. Just make sure they're gonna be out of order probably, so like don't yell at me, I guess. But I want to see Lightning Bolt would be up here, I think, right? So, oh, there's Lightning Bolt right there. So boom, boom, you go right here. Need to get a better sleeve for you. Boom, sick. You are, oh shoot. You're an uncommon. So you're with the uncommons? Which uncommon is missing a thing? I shouldn't have any uncommons that are missing. Their stuff. Do I already have you? Probably do. Weird. I don't see a spot open for this. These are all uncommons. We've got to be a rare then. You know what? I bet you're one in a blue. One in a blue. One in a blue. Memory lapse? You can't be memory lapse. 79. I'm gonna check Scryfall real quick. Scryfall. Let's look up. Nope. Scryfall. All sets. Strixhaven. Mystical Archives. Boom. All right. Now we look through this whole list to see which one is what. So what do you look like? You look like this. So you are... You're not going to tell me what it is in English? Hello? Really? Okay, buy the card on TCG player. Now you're going to tell me, right? It is memory lapse. Son of a bitch. All right. It is memory lapse. Usually you can do pretty good about just finding out the card based on... There was one more. Right? Did I just put it over here? There was one more card. There you are. I think this is... It's a rare. It's a white and one. One in white. All right, sounds good, man. We'll catch you later. It's probably Gift of Estates, right? Let's see. Gift of Estates. I'm assuming up this card. I guess you can also check this here, right? It is Gift of Estates. Perfect. All right. Now these are good and in their spot. So perfect. We like to see that. Don't have to worry about those going anywhere soon. We got this guy here. Like grand and stuff. Very exciting. Very exciting indeed. And then what else? I think that's pretty much it. I think we're going to go ahead and we're probably going to just call the stream here because I've been live for almost 5 hours and I need to work on other things. So, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Thank you so much for watching. Hope you guys had a awesome day hanging out with me. I'm technically only halfway done looking through this, but I am going to be checking out more stuff from my Magic collection. And I also need to then probably what we might do tomorrow, if I'm live, is we'll probably go ahead and actually make decks for Clash because we didn't do much actual Clash stuff this time. So we'll probably go ahead and do that, and then we will go from there. So, yeah. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much for watching. I appreciate your support. You guys have really made this a wonderful time. If you couldn't tell, we are, again, past 1,800 subscribers, so super awesome. You guys are killing it. Thank you so much for continuing to support the channel. The sooner we get to 2,000, the quicker we get to doing some kind of fun giveaway. So hopefully you guys are going to be enjoying that. Continue enjoying the content. I'll have push some stuff out for you guys for this week, and then we'll get you started back on that content train. So take care, everybody. Hope you have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you all very soon. All right, everybody. Nerd out.